Good morning, everyone. My name is moderator of the trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. 11, I guess that means yes, yes. All right, guys. Well, not too much happening. Kind of faded in. Hopefully, everything's okay now. Okay, guys. Not too much is happening really. I mean, there's this RNAZ. It has had a tremendous run, 65%, 60 cents up to a dollar something or other. They did have some news. I don't know what phase this is, but a positive preclinical glioblastoma results. I don't, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I just don't think this is going to keep moving higher, but I have been wrong before. The next high looking left is around $1.16. If it gets through that, then you've got about $1.50. So let's see what happens. But my guess is that this is going to pull back a lot. Um, man, I mean, there's not really much. I don't really see too much, guys. Look at this. There are only three stocks that are up 10% in the pre-market. A few of them are down 10%, but they're just real cheap ones. I'm not seeing anything that's fabulous. BPTS. I mean, it's up 46%. Again, I just have my doubts that these things are going to keep moving. Look at BPTS, especially when you look at around 144 to 150. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right there. VAPO. Let's see, up 12%. Not very much volume though. Kind of grasping at straws on this one, guys. See this GDHG. So this is started trading as GDHG not that long ago. Looks like back here in April. So this is an all-time high, GDHG. By the way, there's no trade of the week, guys. The suggestion was stay in cash. So there's no trade of the week this week. Joby did have some news. JOBY did have some news. Delivers their first EV takeoff and landing aircraft to Edwards Air Force Base ahead of schedule. I think it's at 6 months ahead of schedule, something like that. So there's a little bit of news for Joby, JOBY. Meanwhile, RNAZ continues. The next high is 116. Yeah, I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, the next high is around 147. Just looking at some of the, I keep looking at ARM, just to see if it's going to hold 50. We're in for a negative open overall. So there is that. MARA continues to be weak. MARA continues to be weak. Broke down through the 200-day moving average last week. Continues down. I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin is a little bit weaker to start. All right, guys, I think what I'll do is I'll just take a look, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning, see if there's anything that could be interesting. Actually, there are a few upgrades and downgrades. Okay, let me see if there's anything interesting though. Let me get a few of them in. Wow, this RNAZ continues, guys. 121 now. Not in it. What I'm looking for right now, I'm looking to see if there's any analyst that has upgraded some stock to some level that looks kind of crazy. In other words, maybe they've had a previous upgrade target and now it's way above that. Not really seeing anything though. I can't remember if they had upgrade. I can't remember. There was one that was upgraded on Friday. I think it moved not badly. AZN has been upgraded to $80 from 66.50 by Jeffries. So there's that little bit of a move. No trade of the week this week. Nope. Stay in cash. That was the suggestion. So every now and then Steve will suggest that. So there's no trade of the week this week. No. All right, let's take a look at some of the downgrades. All right, well, take a look at this one, HRMY. Once I've finished moving this in here, all them in here, Goldman has downgraded this to 31. It may already be there though. That's the problem, but take a look once I get all these typed in. That's over at YouTube. Make sure you guys can hear me also. So I want to take a look at well, a couple actually. Nike also. NKE has been downgraded by Jeffries down to $100. What is it now? Nah, okay, fine. Underneath 100 already. And then Harmony Biosciences, HRMY. HRMY. Isn't it the one you're in, William, or are you out of it? Thank you, Pepe. HRMY. Harmony has been downgraded to 31 by Goldman. All right. Well, again, I'm not seeing anything that's just jumping out at me right now. I'll wait for the market to open to see if anything interesting happens. Again, we're in for a negative open. Another one. Well, they say September is the worst performing month historically, and it looks like it's going to be again. Buy here. 3 weeks now. We've got one more week, so we've had 3 red weeks. So we have basically one more week. So looks like historically, again, the SPY is going to be the worst performing month in the year. Okay, let me take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, Dock Channel Bar, Show More, go down to our sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 68% in red. What does that mean? That means that the stocks that make up XLE, 68% of them are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. And so, as I said, we're in for a negative open. You will not see any sector even at 50%. Okay. Right now, as we speak. However, let's take a look again. I'm going to go over all the sectors right now. I want to see where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average. So there's XLE. I mean, it's still that blue line on my daily chart, still above the 200-day moving average, but as you can see, we've been kind of fading down towards it. Retail, we know, is definitely below the 200-day moving average, definitely, and moving away and away and away. So there's one. We know consumer staples, XLP, we know that's below the 200-day moving average and really fading away from it. I guess we just have all taken our NAZ and gone back to bed. What a great what a great move. What a great move right now. XLV healthcare. We know that's under the 200-day moving average. Okay, and again, moving away from it. Take a look at industrials, XLI. XLI. Now that one on Thursday below the 200-day, and on Friday it touched it again, but it still fell below. So there is another one. The pattern here, guys, XLI below the 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF. Wasn't that long ago in which virtually they were all above. XLF below the 200-day moving average. Now this one is still above, I believe, consumer discretionary, but probably fading down towards. Yeah, you can't see it, but yeah, but even that, look at that. That is fading down towards the 200-day moving average, but it is still above. Materials, take a look at materials, XLB. Oh man, below also. Now we know the communications, and by the way, communications looks like the writer's strike has been settled, but communications is still, safely above the 200-day moving average. And then there's XLK, technology. I mean, it's above it, but I'm not saying it's safely because it is trying to fade down towards it. So the bottom line, guys, is that we've got one, two, three, four, five, six out of what I call the nine major sectors are below the 200-day moving average. Couldn't say that maybe a month ago. So yeah, with that writer strike over, and maybe the actors will follow suit soon. Take a look at some of the streaming services like Paramount, PARA. See what's happening with them. Yeah, so maybe that, little bit of a bump here because of that news. Looks like they have settled. I think it still has to go to a vote, but I believe the strike has been settled. Well, okay, it has not been settled until the final vote, but it appears that the writer strike has been settled. I think the actors kind of went out in sympathy with the writers, so I can't imagine they're going to remain out. Well, look at the queues, sure. So the queues are still above, but mainly tech, and as we saw, probably tech and communication stocks are in here. So not sure what else you want me to say. I mean, there's the blue line. That's the 200-day moving average. But both tech and communication stocks are still above the 200-day moving average. The only two that are really, I would call them solidly above. I think NIO was down this morning. XPAT is up. Okay, let me just see this. So yeah, let's take a look at China. K-Web, just in general. AI continues to be under 25, guys. Fairly choppy action on Friday. Well, it's choppy action seemingly every day. I find this very difficult to intraday trade, but AI is drifting. The next low looking left on the weekly is $20 approximately, 2020. So AI is weak. KMX, many upgrades before earnings. Now let's take a look at KMX. I did see it on the upgrade list, yes. KMX, CarMax, okay. CarMax Motors higher after Wedbush calls it an auto sector outperformer. Wonder if they have a price target. Price target $90. Well, now I'm at the point where I can't wait for earnings season to start because we're right into that, sort of right in the middle, between earnings season when it ended and when it's starting. Maybe a little bit more towards the start, but yeah, we're just not seeing a lot of action in the pre-market for a lot of different stocks. Whereas once earnings season starts, we will see a lot of action. So that's October 18th for Alcoa. So, about 3 weeks from now. SCYX, I'm hearing SCYX moving down. Actually, there are shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to pile into a short right now, but SCYX, there's any news? To recall, GSK partnered antifungal from the market. All right, so that's that's your news for SCYX. Way down below the 200-day moving average. Still a lot of room on the weekly chart, 12. Yeah, interesting. I don't usually look at some of these smaller ones for potential shorts, but certainly has a lot of room. And there's 670,000 available Interactive Brokers. So, William, I know when you have time, I wonder, I'm sure this seems like a one-trick pony. Like, what else do they do? And that we are talking about SCYX. Again, only three stocks are up over 10% in the pre-market. And really, and only five below. I mean, it's just not a lot. Excuse me, not a lot of activity. And I don't see one earnings play, not one. Just looking at my earnings day column, I'm not saying there are no earnings plays today at all. I'm just saying from the ones that nothing is meeting my filter requirements. Not one earnings play on the way up, not one earnings play on the way down. Is it Yom Kippur? Okay. H&R Block, yeah, a little move for H&R Block, but no volume, guys. 625 shares, so no volume. It looks like a great looking move, and then you have to look at the volume, 625 shares. Well, maybe I'll just shut the room down until October 18th. We finally have some more earnings plays. Of course, I kid. Okay, GDEV, guys. GDEV, GDEV. Um, well, I guess okay. My problem obviously is when every time well, not problem, but every time I look left and I see something like this, I think every little area, every little daily high when I look left could stall it. Because if I get a little less conservative, it has a potential to run to four, but only 14,000 shares. I'm talking about GDEV. See if there's any news on this one. Don't recognize that flag. Cyprus, the flag of Cyprus. Okay. Seems probably a tax reason for that. But again, I don't see any news on it. Okay, real CLF. Let's see what's happening with CLF. Yeah, I guess I have a minimum in all my pre-market scan. It's got to be up at least 3% or down 3%. So that's why CLF is not showing up. But yeah, I mean, I think I see what real is looking at. I mean, if this can maybe get over 1478, it's got a shot to the 1531 mark. We've already talked about the Joby and the CarMax. BTI, isn't that well, yeah, I like it for a short. I don't care. British tobacco. When I say I like it for a short, I wouldn't go along this one out of be a conscientious objector to going long a BTI. 3222, a couple of lows there. Pretty good volume too. $22 price target, okay, for Cleveland Cliffs CLF. I don't think I saw that one. Just going to check my upgrades and downgrades. I don't think that was an upgrade that I saw. Of course, I'm getting all this from. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, actually, I did see it. I did see it. Citigroup. You're right. Cleveland Cliffs. You know why I didn't look at it is because it just set a price target of 22. The ones that attract my attention, where I see something, from usually they'll say they'll have a previous price target, and then they'll say have the new one. I just saw the 22, so I didn't really look at it. Well, let's take a look at Dow then. DOW. JP Morgan with an upgrade, price target of 55. Let's see where it is now. Okay, well, there's a little bit of room. Again, when these analysts put price targets on it, don't think, oh man, they must know what they're talking about. So therefore I should just buy it and forget about it. Please don't do that. It's quote unquote an opinion. Urban guys, so another retailer, wow, coming right into the not a lot of volume yet, but URBN and coming. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the only positive I've seen about the upcoming holiday season is Amazon hiring like more than they hired last year in terms of, I guess, temporary working workers. And another company I think did the same thing, but I have not seen anybody who is suggesting that, these retailers are going to do well. So there's Urban and getting, what's that, 200-day moving average is 30.52. So I'm sorry, that's the VWAP. 29.71 is the 200-day moving average for Urban URBN. If that takes that out, wow, RNAZ. This is, I mean, I just couldn't take it. Well, I could have taken it. I'm not prevented from taking it, but I just really did not think it would have this sort of a move. I thought it would get up to $1, a little bit above it, and then probably stall. But you know what? Probably the issue is that there's so few things moving. Is that this is what everybody is piling into? So there's Foot Locker also, guys. Foot Locker. So the retailers. I mean, you just want to take one. If you don't want to pick a retailer, just look at XRT. It just seems very, very bleak right now for these retailers. 58.18 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for XRT. And there's Foot Locker. I think Foot Locker had a downgrade. I believe it had a downgrade. Had earnings. I think this was November. I'm pretty sure this was its earnings. But look at this now. The next low looking left is 1640. Well, actually, the next low looking left is 1480 or so. Hey, the market's open. Nobody told me. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit before I make a move. Okay, guys, LI, China, EPF. What did I say? EPF, EV play. Yeah, BTI, good. Continued down. Next low looking left, $32. Wow, that Arnez, that really surprised me. I mean, it's even above what I considered could have been a resistance area. 147, it's at 153 now. And it got halted. I was going to say it's going to get halted. Just watching the way it was trading. The bid ask was not moving. And it was only a penny. Well, there you go. This is the star of the day, 1.78 million in the float. Well, Lucid and Riven, guys. Lucid and look at the Lucid. I mean, wow. All-time low now, Lucid, LCID. Riven moving down also, RIVN moving down. EV players, of course. SC on the move, guys. SE on the move. This is a China stock. Definitely bucking the trend. 38.81 is the next high looking left. Actually, 37.25. I think it got up there, 37.25. No, it didn't. So 37.25 is the next high looking left for SE. BPTS, forget about it. Looks like it's just going to fade. It was one of the ones that was kind of flying in the pre-market. Looks like it's fading now. Okay, for some reason I have a price alert for BBio on the way down. All right. Did that on 9/13, so September 13th, so a couple of weeks ago. JKS is weak, another China stock, guys, underneath 26, and weakening over the past few weeks, but it is very weak this morning, along with probably most of the China stocks. That's what kind of makes SE stand out a bit. Yeah, I don't think too much of this one really, guys. GWH is having a nice day, but coming right into the 200-day moving average, 163, and a bunch of looks like resistance looking left. So I just don't think this is going to have that much of a move anymore. GWH. So this China stock is definitely contrary to the rest of the rest of the market, and really China. SE is definitely on the move here, guys. SE. There's no now. I'm not saying it's going to keep moving, but the next high looking left. 38.67, 38.67, about $1 away. I mean, you look, boy, I mean, I don't see any news on this one. But look at it here, the momentum scanner. Okay, so this is another China stock, okay, and fairly recent. I don't know what it was, an IPO, symbol name change, don't really know. Anyway, all-time high now though, GDHG and Halted, and RNAS just resumed. RNAZ just resumed. I was so wrong about this one. I really thought this would stop it about 116, and then for sure 150. Now you would think up here at 170, looks like there's a lot of resistance in that area. But I think that investors today, well, traders today are just starved for something. And there's very little to choose from. So I guess they're all piling into this one. But this one, okay, I mean, this one looks like it's going to be the next one. I mean, it's an all-time high. So there's the halt for GDHG at 680. Potential open is 720. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is just telling us what could happen once it's open. You see how that price changes. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9. Well, it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. This got halted at 9:32 plus 30 seconds. It has already passed that 5 minutes. So this could be a 10-minute halt for GDHG. All right, guys, SCYX just basically, well, not an all-time low. The all-time low is down here at 113, but it got has a ton of room. 153 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. And this is, again, they had to recall their drug. So that's obviously not good. A lot of shorts available. Somebody said that AA has a new COO or CEO. Let's take a look at AA. Names Insider. Okay, so there's another. So the CEO, so a new CEO. I don't know if this was planned. So there you go. There's AA on the way down, guys. Now it looks like RNAZ has run out of steam. Again, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. That ARM, guys, is still hanging around, ARM, hanging around 50. All right, guys. So there's Joby. Now, my problem with Joby is that when you look left, the next high is 688. Not that far away. 688. There's a high at well, that's 661. It's above that. 688 and then 705. So to me, there could be, pretty decent resistance between here and eight. And sorry, and seven for Joby. Ooh, Alcoa continues it down, guys. Alcoa continues it down with that news of a new CEO. Alcoa AA. Wow, look at Blink. Blink is almost an all-time low. Blink charging, BLNK. Well, the EV industry or sector is definitely weak. Okay, so the SPY is trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, guys. I mean, NAS is down a little. NAS is down a little. Now's down a little bit more. SPY is, almost flat right now. Wow, wrong again. RNAS, RNAS came right back up. RNAZ came right back up. I thought maybe that would be it after that halt. Wow, so RNAS got halted again on the way up. Well, I have to admit, I am surprised. I thought after the first halt, and then it popped a bit, but then it started to come right back down. Rum continues to move down, guys. Wow, rum, look at this. Now this is another all-time low for rum, RUM. Bonjour, Pierre. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing, I have some thumbnail charts. I'm trying to see if there's anything interesting. Vapo is not interesting. CCJ moving up. Okay. So uranium. Take a look at the ETF for uranium, URA. If it's, I'm sure it must be moving a little bit. Yep. The IPO from last week, MORF, or not last week. I'm sorry, not last week. Ooh, there are shares available. Not last week. I'm sorry. It was something else. I was thinking of something else. But anyway, MORF, horrible day on Friday, continuing down now, getting close to the low of Friday, 31.45. Well, okay, high tide. Uh, I don't know what the rest of the cannabis plays are right now, but HITI, actually, HITI pretty good compared to, because I think MSOS kind of faded over the last few days. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so you can see that high tide, HITI, certainly did not do this. So HITI, kind of pretty strong in the sector, HITI. The next high looking left is 223. After that, around 250. No, I'm not thinking of MLGO. There was another one I think that was very much like MORF, MORF. Well, guys, I did not take this one, but look at SE. SE is just really running here. I don't see any news on it. China stock, definitely. I'm sorry. This is, yeah, Singapore. Sorry. It is a Singaporean stock. SE. Next high looking left is 38.67. It's really gone kind of parabolic. It's not a low float, half a billion in the float. So yeah, uranium guys, uranium, quadruple U, and NXE, CCJ. Uranium is hot again. In fact, these are two. It's probably MURF. Yeah, it's probably MURF. Maybe that wasn't an IPO. I can't remember. I think I got the two of them mixed up. Okay, so the GDHG resumed. That was quite a long halt, actually. It was a 10-minute halt, and then it got halted immediately. And look at that, popped up and then came right back down. So look at the uranium plays in the option activity scan, guys. NXE, quadruple U. Now NXE looks to me, I mean, the next high is looking left. They're right there, 637, 637, 636, 635. You would think, you just look at the weekly chart, you would think that might stop it. Okay, guys. Well, actually, we're having a bit of a recovery in the market. You can see now we've had 30 minutes of up and another 8 minutes or so for this one to close, this candle to close. So we might be in 45 minutes, a bit of a rally in the market. So maybe take a look at O, guys, 5110. Let's take a look at O, maybe on a bounce. If the market keeps bouncing, O. There you guys. Oh, I mean, it's got some room, obviously, and if it can move with the market for a bit of a bounce play. Well, let's see if I'm right on this one, okay, Joby. I mean, I think that there's, between the current price and 7, to me, there's just seems to be quite a bit of resistance for Joby. This is not a low float, 376 million in the float. So it's going to take, a bunch of buying to move it. I mean, the relative volume is 9, so I mean, it's trading 9 times normal up to this time of day. But, so this is not like a low floater. I think it's going to take, I mean, a lot of volume to try to move it even close to $7. Take a look at ONON. It is okay. So ONON, what sort of room does it have moving down? It's through the 200-day moving average. So it's right at the 200-day. 200-day moving average is 27.28. So it's a little bit below the 200-day moving average. ONON. It's at that whole number. The next low looking left. Is that right? 25. Looks like 2686 or so. And if it can take out 2686, about $3 underneath on the weekly chart for ONON. Okay, guys. Well, ARM held 50, keeps holding 50. ARM IPO from last week. ARM, it held 50. All right. Now, SE is coming into potential resistance. Okay. But boy, this has been strong. I still cannot see any news on this one. SE. You're not seeing any news on this one at all. That's a big float, also. That's a great move. but it looks like it's coming into some resistance. 38.68, 38.97, excuse me, 38.97 is the next high looking left for SC. Now, if it takes that out, 40.45, but man, that is super strong. That is, has there been any sort of a pullback at all for SE? And I don't see any news. Well, here's another one that's having an interesting move. This CRBG, another high float, big float. There's another uranium play, URG. Okay, guys. Wow, that RNAS is still strong. Well, I guess I have to start looking left again. Where could it stall? Two? I don't know. Two. I mean, this is just for me. It's been an amazing one because it has pulled back several times, and you would have thought maybe that would mean it was over, but so far, and no shorts available. So probably not a lot of shorts available. Most brokerages, not talking about Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, they may have shorts available for RNAS, but certainly none available at Interactive Brokers. This one's on the move on. So some of these regional banks, so the regional banks seem to be on the move a little bit, guys. Another regional bank, CADE. Again, I just look left and to me, it just looked like there's too much resistance, not that far away. All I'm doing is I just keep looking left to see if there's room for a stock to keep moving until it hits the next high, either on the daily or the weekly chart. It doesn't mean just because I see a next high that looks pretty close, so I don't take the trade. Doesn't mean it's going to blast. It won't blast right through that high, but that's just the way I trade. For instance, if I look at CLRB, okay, and so it's at 269 right now. I look left on the weekly chart, and the next high is 287. So that stops me. If that next high, that little high, wasn't there, I'd be looking left and I would be seeing almost 350. That would be something I would definitely be taking a look at. But when you look at the daily chart, look where it stalled a couple of days, not that far away from the current price. So consequently, I just don't take the trade. All right, guys. SC, is it over for a while? That high looking left is 38.97. And what did I get up to? I got up to 38.88. Well, where could this RNAZ open up at? RNAZ is, yeah, $2. Could open at 2, when it comes out of its halt. What a move. 193%. 1.7 million in the float. That's the reason, of course. All right. So yeah, so CarMax had that upgrade this morning, KMX, but it is starting to fail a bit. Not fail, but I mean it's starting to drift down. Still up almost 2%. Okay, now this next bar I think is critical, but on the SPY, you see we have a red candle forming. What we don't want to see is a giant red candle that's basically wiping out all of that good work over the last 45 minutes. Okay, guys, SC looks weak. Weakening a bit anyway. SC is weakening a bit. It is WP carry. WPC is trying to have a bit of a bounce at the big down day on Thursday. It'll follow through on Friday, but the buyers did step in, closed it higher. Yeah, our NAS just opened and no stopping it. No stopping it. Well, the next highs are around 237 now. Well, it's just parabolic. That's all. I don't mean weak, but it just, to me, I mean, it's just so parabolic. And it's, coming into this 40 area, 39 or 39 area. I'm just looking for something maybe that eventually is going to fizzle out a little bit. And again, I don't see any news on it. Oh, it could. Could easily pop through 39, could pop through 40, could pop through 80, could pop through, you could do a lot of things. I think I'm trying to track the market a little bit here. If we get any sort of a red bar here, I mean, that might stall it. And we're starting to get a couple of topping tails now. It's not that I hate this stock. Understand, I don't hate this stock at all. I don't know anything about it other than what I can read about it, but I'm just looking for something. I mean, that's a very parabolic move. Firm has some room still, guys. AFRM. I mean, just look at this. It was up to 26 or 25.50 2 days ago. Now underneath 2019, the next low looking left is 1877. So it has a little bit of room underneath still. AFRM. Okay, ESGL. What is this one doing? What sort of room does it have? Well, between 140 and right here, 150, it doesn't appear that it has a lot of room to move before it could hit some resistance. Low float, another Singapore stock, like SE. So I don't know, maybe SE but SE seemed to be a tech stock. Maybe Singapore is strong today, just as a country. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. SE popped through 39 briefly. Just wish I could see some news on it. Well, no, this is definitely a crazy one, guys. So there's your halt for RNAS, RNAZ, 219. There's your potential open, 270, 262. You see how these numbers are changing. This is Interactor Brokers. Okay, this blue screen is from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. There's our NAS right there, guys. So this is in our market scope. And there's our NAS right front and center. Today's biggest gainers. Yeah, Joby didn't do it. Yeah, Joby did not do it. It's that one where I thought it could stall. It stalled so far, anyway. Another shipper, right? GLBS looks awesome on the daily chart. Well, this looks like SE. GEHC looks like looks a lot like SE. Nothing to do with it. It's a US stock. But next high looking left for this one, 6680. A couple of them right at 6680 on the daily chart, 6675, 6680. I mean, you would think maybe it could stall there. Look at the market, guys. Sellers tried to knock this down, and the buyer stepped in. So far, this has another 15 seconds before this candle closes. I'm afraid to look. RNAZ halted again, right? Yeah. Maybe not halted, not yet anyway. I'm just looking at this bid ask 71.72, 71.72. It's there too long, guys. It is there way too long, and this is going to get halted. Yeah. So that got halted again, 271. I have to admit, I can't remember seeing one like this in a long time. Something that started, well below a dollar and kept basically, I mean, it had a couple of little pullbacks, but basically kept moving higher and higher and higher. Haven't seen one like this for a long time. Look at the volume. 43 million shares, 435 times normal up to this time of day. It's not an option player because it doesn't trade options, so you're not going to see it in the option scanner. Now, remember Urban? Urban was trending lower. Now, all of a sudden, it has turned around. URBN, it has turned around, maybe with the market a bit. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just lots of stuff happening internally. Okay, that you're talking about this window here. This is just time and sales, okay? So if you go just look for time and sales, that's all it is. So if you click on file and then new and then go down and then when you see time and sales, I just use the time and I don't use the multi, I don't even know what the multi instrument is. I just use the time and sales. Okay. And of course, I don't just use it for the halts or zooms. I mean, it's handy to have it for the halts or zooms, so you can kind of get an idea where something might well, resume. But I use it all day long. I mean, that is my where I get my bid and ask. Also, like to see time and sales, just as it suggests. Like to see how rapidly a stock is trading. So this could open around 299 right there. This is the RNAS on the halt. Does trade idea? No, no. That's so Bill, question in our YouTube room, does trade ideas have time and sales? No. I will never have that. I mean, that's that's a pretty basic thing from all brokers. Okay. I don't think we have to kind of reinvent the wheel. So I would say there'll be no chance that trade ideas would have time and sales. Look at the market now, guys. So yeah, I mean, if this candle closes below that the 945 may not be good. Talking about the SPY. So Urban actually is having a nice recovery. It's not following the market right now, guys. Urban URBN, the next high looking left. There's a little bit of room, 32.35, a little less than a dollar to the next high looking left, but it's been choppy. I mean, I hesitate to think, wow, we should go long this now, especially with the market starting to drift down. Well, here's my 10-day daily breakout, guys. So even sort of late, at 204, 271 now. Only one alert so far from the 10-day daily breakout. None from the breakdown yet. Only two alerts from the option activity scanner. mean, every time I click on one of these, I keep looking left, and for me, it just there's too much for me, too much potential resistance looking left. Obviously, on the RNAS, I was completely wrong, but I'm just seeing too much potential resistance on some of the things that I'm clicking on, like in the momentum scan, SY. Boy, rum is just getting absolutely clobbered here, guys. Another lifetime low now for rum, RUM. Well, there it is, guys. RNAS now over 3. Why not? Probably another. Just looking and watching how it's trading. You see, this is how I can tell sometimes. Yeah, just going to say now, when you get something that is so fast moving and all of a sudden you see it stopped and where I saw it stop, it was at 303, 304, and it just sort of stopped, you're going to almost rest assured it's going to get halted again. Well, PJ, you were certainly right about the Etsy. Still very strong. It's not really pulled back. You would think maybe 40.36 might stop at 40.47. Another dollar to go to that high. Just absolutely no news on it. No news today. I mean, Hawaiian Airlines, guys, or well, it's not Hawaiian Airlines, Hawaiian Holdings, HA. Wow, this is still weak, weak, weak. All right, guys. Looking at a couple of things on my thumbnail charts, I'm not seeing anything that I all I see is a lot of choppy action, unfortunately. Is it ripping up? Okay, after it came back down. Okay, let's take a look at BPTS. That certainly had a big move in the pre-market. So it is okay. You're right. We don't even have a float for it, but obviously it's a very low float. 147 was 150 or so was the pre-market high. Now again, yeah, I look left. I just see a lot of potential resistance. Doesn't mean that's going to happen. There was some news. I think this is sort of a COVID play. Yeah, the COVID play. Okay, but I don't see. I just have a hard time thinking it's going to pound its way through all of this. I mean, look at the weekly chart. You can just see the weekly chart looks the same. $4.4 million. Okay. Okay, guys. Now this looks interesting to me anyway. 31.55, 31.50. This is for the MORF. Okay, I actually took this short. Okay, just at 31.50, took the short. There was the low right there, 31.55. And why? Because I look left and there's a lot of room. Now, this is the spread just got crazy again. The next low is around 30, but I'm just trying to find anything to potentially take. So gotta watch this now. The spread kind of got bad on me, 31.34, 31.49. So it's basically where I shorted it. Ah, there we go. Come on. Just give me something on the way down. Talking about the MORF, MORF. Okay, guys, I have covered some. I'm just afraid that the spread might go crazy. So I have covered some in the 20s. Okay, from 30, not a big one, but gave me something to do. 3150, 31. Yeah, look what yeah, so it's right back up. Bad spread, bad spread. That's what got me out of most of it. I'm talking about the MORF, MORF. Come on, one more. Just give me one more breakdown here. I think that right there is 3119. So if it can take out 3119, the next low underneath is 2907. And that's for the MORF. Come on, crack 31 or MORF. Ah, it's actually showing up first one now on the abnormal option scanner now. Actually, I didn't. I'm sorry, that happened a long time ago. I don't know how I missed it. 3170. I missed it. I had seen it before, but not from the option scanner. Okay, I think I can put a check mark right there. That is a nice winner now, guys. That's for the MORF. Actually, I had no problem getting, and I thought maybe the uptick rule. It was certainly down more than 10% on Friday. It was down, it's down 10% now, but I thought maybe the uptick rule will get me, but no, had a very, very quick and easy fill. And that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Also 3154. So it showed up in the option scanner at 3170. Anything in brown is a potential short. Anything in light blue, a potential long. So you know what? It's about time I talk about my homepage because this is where you're going to find some of my scans. Well, like you'll find these scans, you'll find those two that I just showed you. And the promo is still on. I just checked, so that promo for 25% off is still on. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So that promo is still alive. I don't know how much longer, certainly till 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay, fall sale 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Your download and install, first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, that's the first thing you have to do if you do take out a subscription. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. I would really recommend you take a look at it if you are new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can take a look at this. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. There is no trade of the week this week. The trade of the week is cash. In other words, stay in cash. There was no one stock that Steve could find that he wanted to zero in as trade of the week. Education section, and this is free, by the way. Now, if you do sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is right here. This is our user guide. Click on the user guide. More information, of course, getting started. The more detailed information about the alert windows, top list windows, and I would also really take a look at price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Here's that getting started again. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. Before I take my break, I'll confirm that, and I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. And last, if you're looking for my scans, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, that middle section, my scans, is right down here. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, just to kind of find out what stocks are moving in the pre-market and to see whether or not some of them have any follow through once the market opens. Obviously, the RNAS did. There's the halts resumes. You can see right over here. There's my momentum. Momentum is up here. And then the option activity scanner. Option activity scanner is right here. But I do have other scans that I am sharing. I just briefly showed you the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown right here. Okay, so I do have a lot of scans that I am sharing. You can I don't have a layout that I'm sharing. The way I like to do it is you just can kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. Okay. Now, as always, if you load one of my scans, and you want to see what it's looking for, all you have to do is say, take a look at this momentum scan, just right click, configure, and click on the summary. And that's the same for any scan that you see coming from me, the other traders, from our channel bar. And this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, I always like to say we have there are a lot of screeners out there, okay, that are, but they're not real-time alert machines like we are. So this is the screen. When I say out there, I mean that, you can buy. So this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, okay? So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal at least, and 5 minutes is at least 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened for VIRC at 1040. The price was 706. Since then, there have been no stocks that have met these filter requirements and that have made a new intraday high. So if you like this scan and you like it exactly the way I've constructed it, remember, this is for my style of trading. But you may have a different idea. You may have a different idea about a price range you want. So if you clicked on that, left click on that icon, you'll bring up the menu that actually has all the values. So if I wanted to, I could change the price. It says 1 to 100. I could change it to say 10 and 100. I click on the summary. You see how it's now changed to 10 and 100. Then I could say okay, and then I would save it. Okay, so you can take my scans exactly the way they are, or you can modify them if you want to. Morphe, morph, go. I don't have that much left, guys. But this is turning into, I mean, who knows where this is going? The next low, what did I say? 29, 28.80. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. I'll right click on this alert window, click on configure again, but instead of summary, I will click on search. So here are all of our real-time alert that we have. Right at the very top, obviously the two most popular, stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. Now we have a lot of different real-time alerts, okay? And I'm not going to go over them all, but and again, don't get hung up on how many we have. The same thing goes for these. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that when the company started 20 years ago, 21 years ago, maybe 22. I never remember. I don't remember anymore. Early 2000s. They felt that probably most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So that's why they had to create so many different real-time alerts and filters. Okay, because with the thousands of customers we have and all the different types of trading styles, they had to create so many so that the majority of our customers could create a scan if they wanted to. Okay, so don't worry about how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Now, price alerts. I mentioned price alerts. Okay, so price alerts are so simple to do, and we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, but here's the RNAS. So the RNAS looks like it's finally over. It looks like. What a move, though. From 60 cents, about 60 cents up to 320. What's that? About five and a half times. Interesting. I thought Para might have a bit of a pop here with the writer strike. It looks like it's over. They met Saturday and Sunday. It looks like they've excuse me, some kind of a deal, but it still has to be officially voted on. So it's not over till it's over. Paramount, of course, big streaming service, Paramount, but this is not good. Not good. It's still moving down, even with that news. Now the cinema, CNX. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. I was thinking of the other one. So putting price alerts, so simple to do. Let's say I wanted to put a price alert on CNX, just around here, 2183. All I have to do is I go to the chart I want, and when you start moving your mouse pointer up, you should see a dotted line. And if you can eyeball it well enough, you just right click, create the price alert. I typically don't put any notes when it's one of these, like an intraday price alert. I don't care. You can if you want, but to save time, I just click save and that's it. Okay. Now, what happens is if CNX hits that price, you're going to see my price alert window will pop up on my screen. Meanwhile, wow, more. I wish I had kept my whole, excuse me, my whole position, but ah, oh, look at this one. Verco Manufacturing. Now, hard for me to believe this is a lifetime high. Just wondering if this was a a symbol name change. I mean, maybe this was an IPO, but I just cannot remember anymore. So many of these things. But anyway, but it's telling us it's a lifetime high here, trading as VIRC anyway. And it's probably a low float, 12 million in the float. Interesting. Furniture distribution. Well, Steelcase had a nice earnings play last week. Been around for a while, 1950. Well, no, I wasn't thinking of AMC though. I was thinking of the other cinema stock, unless you're wanting to talk about AMC right now. But I was thinking the other cinema stock was a CNK. Because CNK has been on a nice run. AMC has not done this. Man, can I go back in time just 10 minutes and not have covered some of my position? I don't have very much of this left, but hey, listen, if it takes out 30, I'm talking about the MORF, MORF. And that's my first trade, guys. This is my first trade. I mean, I was very patient. I didn't, there wasn't anything that I really liked. Now, if William had been here, I think he's gone though for a while anyway. I would have liked to have known if this SCYX had anything else in its pipeline, because this is a great bounce, from 170 to 224. They basically pulled they recalled their drug. So again, guys, the MORF appeared two times, 3154 on the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown, and also in the option scanner at 3170, a little earlier than that. Let me just go over the option scanner. Should do this every day because you always have new people in the room. And by the way, welcome to the room if you're new. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. You'll feel that you're interrupting me. Yes, I try to trade and all that, but if I cannot answer your question right away because you have to concentrate on a trade, I'll let you know. But I mean, it's typically I can answer questions all day long. So you see how the CNX popped up on my screen? Okay, the price alerts window. And not that I want to take the trade, I just wanted to demonstrate how you can use the price alerts window. So our price alerts window is from new, from click on new and then price alerts window. If you've never made one before, of course it'll be blank. But what you do is you minimize it. You don't have to have it up on your screen, taking up screen space. In fact, it's better that in my opinion, that you don't. You minimize it because then when you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. Okay, so you cannot miss it. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the last price alert right at the top. And I actually also put a sound alert on it. A sound alert on the window, so that when I hear that sound, and the whole idea of our sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on the different windows that you have, different scans that you have. So when you hear a specific sound, you know which window to look at. Okay. So I know my sound alert. I know what the sound alert is here. Now, if you're saying, well, why would I bother putting a sound alert? Because it's going to pop up on my screen. Every now and then I do wander away from my computer. So when I hear that sound, I can come racing back and see what it is. Okay. So that's how I would use the price alerts. Minimize it so it'll pop up on your screen. Okay, thank you, Grumpy. So they do have an approved drug on the market, so that it wasn't all they do. All right, guys, I'm totally out of the morph now. Totally out of the morph. MORF, totally out of it. As it started to approach that 30 mark again. Okay, that's enough for me. Well, morph is moving down now again, guys, but I'm not in it anymore. Just a lot of okay, welcome, Prakash. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Would like to know how live trade works. So, not quite understanding what you mean by that. Are you, first of all, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, so when you say how live trade works, what exactly do you mean by that? I mean, the whole idea of Trade Ideas is, these are scanners that I have. These are the ideas that I like to see. Just, when I get an alert, doesn't mean I'm just automatically into the trade. The first thing I do is I click on the alert. I check my charts to see whether it meets my style of trading. So I don't know if you are new to trading also. If you're new to trading, then you have some work to do. I can show you a course you can take. Now, if you're waiting for me to tell you what to buy or sell, that is not the type of room. This is not that type of room. With the morph, I had indicated that I was interested in it earlier. And, right when it got to that 3150 mark is when I said, okay, I took the trade and it moved about a dime immediately, but I mean, still had time if you wanted to get into the trade. But no, I will not be saying, okay, guys, everybody should be in VIRC, take it at 710, let it run to 750, take half out there, and then hold the rest to see what happens. No, this is not that sort of a room. But you're in this main room that you're in, you'll see a lot of ideas, not just from myself, of course. So again, I don't know what your level of trading experience is also. Now, the other thing I hope, and if you haven't done this already, I would really recommend you do this. So if you click on my homepage link, this trading one, the get started. Now you may already have done all this or some of it, but there's the download and install, the first startup and login, and introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. That'll at least familiarize yourself with most of the major aspects of trade ideas. Okay. But you can ask me questions. Don't you can certainly ask me questions, and anybody else who's listening, of course. So here's another uranium play, guys. So uranium, as PJ pointed out. Oh man. Well, guys, MORF continues down. I really can't remember what happened here. Obviously, take a look at our news and see if I can see exactly what happened here. So this was on the 22nd. This was on Friday. Big down day on Friday. Just trying to see. So this was the reason, again, sell-off attributed to data readout on lead asset. Okay, so that was the reason for the huge move down on Friday from basically from 52 down to close down here at 36, but it actually got down to 31. Now this is just a continuation. Key thing for me was shaking out Friday's low. That's all it was. That's all I do. I just look left to see where the next low is, and if it takes it out, then I look left to see where the next low was, and it still had some room that it could keep moving down. So that's why I took that trade on the short side. Yeah. So yeah, BPTS, you're right, is now halted. Had a big move in the pre-market, got up to almost 150, and then it almost pulled right back down to $1. I thought maybe that would be it, but nope. It's a low float. We don't have float information on it, but somebody said it was about 4.4 million in the float, so it is a low float. So there is a high on the weekly chart of 2 for BPTS. If you can get through that, then the next high is wow, is that right? 233 and then 355. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll perform a little bit like the RNAS. It's nothing to do with RNAS, but traders are now desperate to find something. Those of us who missed the RNAS, wow. Oh, where could Morph keep going? If you hung on to this one, guys, I mean, the next low looking left is about 25 on the weekly chart for Morph, MORF. I mean, you know what? The only real reason that I kind of got out of it was because that spread kept widening at times. I mean, it's not terrible now, 28.10, 28.28, but I saw some 30-cent spreads, when I was still in it. And, I just sometimes it's very difficult for me anyway to hold on when you start to see the spread. It tightens and it widens, tightens and it widens. But if you still held on, congrats. Like, see on the art. Well, look, I mean, look at the potential open now, 185. I mean, again, I know you understand, Mike, and anybody else. There was no reason for this to have gone from 60 cents to 321 based on any sort of fundamental. Okay. This is just a PR they came out with, and traders piled into it. It was just a casino play, just a trade. If you're looking for fundamentals, there's no way in the world this should have happened. Okay. So now there's our NAS, there's the halt at 269, potential open 185. Now, does that mean it's completely over? Not necessarily. Maybe later on in the day, the interest might come back, but hopefully anybody who took this trade is out most of it now. And this again, look at this morph. I cannot believe it. Um, So this blue window that you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Well, typically they're multiples of five, and usually they're 5-minute halts. But I cannot tell you why some are why some are 10, 20, 15, 25. I cannot tell you that. But usually they're multiples of five. Oh man, this is hard to watch for me now, guys. I know I shouldn't dwell on the past, but this has just been unbelievable. The selling pressure on this morph now. And again, the next low looking left is 24.78 on the weekly chart. And for those of you who know, my sound alert on my 10-day daily breakdown is the pig grunting. And so that's all I hear over and over and over again. I hear it up here too. This is, oh man, this is my sound alert for my abnormal. Oh, I was going to talk about my option activity scanner. So I don't trade options, guys, but my main goal every single day, of course, is to find those stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. So two ways I do it. The number one way is the relative volume filter that we've got. So right now for MORF, as an example, that relative volume filter, 23.37. What does that mean? That means it's trading 23 times what it normally would trade up to this time of day, 11:11. Okay. And this is not an exact, when people ask like what is it based on, so this is not exact, but it's pretty close. Basically it looks at what has it done on average over the last 10 days up to this time of day. Okay. And so it's done 23 times what it would normally have done at this time of day over the last 10 days. That now, if people are going to go back and take a look at it, and we have some crazy people out there, and they'll go, well, wait a minute, I'm going to go back at 11:11 for the last 10 days. I'm going to divide. Hey, that's not right. It should have been 28 instead of 23. Okay, so it's not exact. There is more to the formula than that, but good enough for us. Okay, the way to explain it like that, and as far as I'm concerned. So that's one aspect. But the other aspect that I use to find stocks that are trading abnormally is, okay, are they also trading abnormal option volume? Again, I don't trade options, but in this particular scan, you can see Morph doesn't trade a ton of options. It's traded so far 1,872 contracts a day, but that is almost 9 times normal. Okay, 897%. That's almost 9 times normal. So the combination of high relative volume, just the volume, and then option volume, that gives me an idea about what to look or stocks to look at that are really trading abnormally. Okay. So again, I don't trade options, but now some have said that if you're going to trade options intraday, well, this would probably be a pretty good scanner because it's telling you those stocks that are having abnormal option activity, which I guess if you're going to trade in options intraday, that's what you want to see. Okay, make Michael, how can I connect this to my what? What do you what do you want to connect it to, Michael? Make Michael connect to what? Your broker? I don't know what that emoji is supposed to be telling me. Now, first of all, make Michael, can you hear me? Wow. I'm going to say wow all day long until it starts to move higher. I mean, at some point it might bounce, but wow. That's like a $5 move now, guys, that I'm not in. Maybe I better ask the question. Can you hear me make Michael? Well, let's take a look at VIRC. I mean, this is an all-time high, I think. I know we say it's an all-time high. I don't recall this one. I'm just going back. Well, let me go back onto a monthly chart and just see where it started trading as VIRC. Yeah, it's hard to, I mean, I'm not saying a stock that's at $7 couldn't be an all-time high, but yeah, that's 2009 I'm going back to. Anyway, yeah, it's not a great spread for a $7 stock. There's no question about that. It really hasn't traded that much. Relative volume is huge. I mean, 34 times, but you can just see, I mean, 100, almost 200,000 shares, and that's 34 times normal. So, this obviously doesn't trade very much. Little news for Mara, MARA. I don't know who these guys are, but Capital Ventures International reports a 6.1% passive stake in Marathon Digital, MARA, according to a September 14th SEC filing. Well, I guess Michael can hear me. Nikki Yale, I can't click on that, so I don't know. Okay, guys, this is a daily reversal, GCT. So you can see what it's trying to do, GCT, at a down day on Friday. It's now at the high of Friday and trying to reverse. The next high looking left is 1129. That's got room. Look at the room it's got. 1129 is the next high looking left, taking out as long as it keeps taking out yesterday or Friday's high. So probably market dependent. Look what the market's doing. The market's having a nice little pop here, guys. We're actually positive now in the Nas. Dow's down a little, but the SPY has actually gone positive. I think Shady's in this TNA. Good for him. I think he's So this is a ETF, 3 times bull. So guys, keep an eye on this GCT, okay? Assuming the market keeps doing this. Again, the relative volume isn't great, but I don't like the spread right now, 10-10.08. I'd like to see if we get, say, a bid of 10-12, ask of 10-15, 10-12, 10-15, clearing that 10 level, it could be really interesting because look at the spread. I mean, look at the next high looking left. I mean, that's way up here, 1138. Halted on the way up now. Yeah, it may not be over, guys. It gives still a bit of a trade here. So the got halted on the way up, 2 halts on the way down, long halt before it resumed. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Wonder how long I've been muted. Thank you, Pepe. No, my fault, guys. My fault, guys. Maybe make Michael. Oh my gosh, 33 minutes. Well, Pepe, you didn't do a very good job at letting me know. I think I sneezed and I forgot to 33 minutes ago. Sorry about that, guys. Been talking all along. Okay, make Michael, if you're still there. Oh, you were kidding. Okay. If you're still there, I can try to help you. I don't know what you're exactly looking for, but anyway, what I was saying is that the RNAS, yeah, this is still interesting. Still interesting. The volume actually picked up a bit. It tailed way off after that, the initial flurry all the way up to three something, but the volume is trying to pick up again. And it will be Chris in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes. Okay. So when I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You guys can head over and listen to Chris. Okay, Jamie, I can ask him. It's probably in the Market Explorer. You have access to the Market Explorer, of course. So I can ask him. I'll just type that in, okay? Or paste that question in. Pretty sure it's in the Market Explorer. I'll just wait. So I just posted that, and I see what answer he gives to me. Okay. So be careful on this RNAS, guys. I mean, it did open, but it did not open strongly. Now, if it takes out this 220, 230 mark, I may get it. Okay. But remember, I mean, there are a lot of people that have seen this up here, and it pulled a big pullback from 320 down to 170. All right, guys. Now, I'm just not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. Watching right back down. I need this to get back up over 230 again. Would I go long morph now? It depends if it's not now. If I'd seen it back here, I wouldn't go long morph now. I mean, that's a tremendous bounce. I wasn't really watching. where did it get down to? Yeah, so you see these 3 weeks right here, back here, kind of was the support area, bit of a support area. I wasn't paying any attention to it. I mean, I'm not saying it's not gonna keep going higher, Morph, but I mean, obviously, the if I'd been paying a lot more attention to it, I would have, maybe tried to time it more around the 26 level, but anyway, too late for me now. Still waiting, Jamie. Michael hasn't answered me yet, but I know what you're talking about. I seem to remember him talking about something like that in the Market Explorer. I just don't know where it would be. Oh, there you go. So this is on the daily, Jamie. So it's in the Bollinger. So if you have access to the Market Explorer, and you should, so just click on New, and then go down to Market Explorer. Click on it. The strategies will show up. Right click, hover over Select Strategy, and then where it says Bollinger Band, TTM Squeeze Daily. Okay, you got that? Just for fun, I'll see what these even look like. I don't use any of these because they're mainly for swing trades, and I'm not a swing trader. Let's take a look at SFM as an example. What is it? What would I see on this one? SFM. Hmm. Interesting looking. Yeah, I mean the volume. He should add more volume. I think 75,000. I mean, he should add a little more volume, in my opinion, to these. But it's up to him, of course. So you found it, right? So this is what it looks like. So you can, you can take a look. This is the prison stock. Pretty tough swing trading now, though. Witness Steve not coming up with one, and I think he's 100% in cash right now. I think most of the guys are basically in cash. Well, now, ACIC guys, what's the volume like? Yeah, it just ran on me a little bit. I'm just looking left. ACIC has some room to 877 on the weekly chart anyway. That's a tremendous bounce for MORF though, guys. I think the low was 2457, and it got it back up to what, 30? Tremendous bounce, almost 30. Yeah, this just ran a little bit too quickly for me to take it. ACIC. Halted again, Arnaz. This time on the way down. Yeah, pretty tough to get people to commit when they see something like this, in my opinion. Anyway, something went from 320 then all the way back down to 177. Yes, it had a nice little bounce, but pretty tough to get people to commit that it might, sort of approaching that level again, in my opinion. Anyway, it may happen later on in the day, but USO short looks interesting. Okay, perfect circle in our YouTube room. USO. Hmm. All right, VAX guys, VACC just showed up, 10-day daily breakout, and whoa, look at this. Didn't see this in the pre-market, didn't trade in the pre-market. VACC, UK stock, something put a charge into this. No, what I see, again, I see potential resistance right around between 230 and 250 for this. And that's the VACC. This is shortable for me also. 10,000, only 10,000 shares available and they're being snapped up a little bit here. Let's take a look at this. So 9,600 shares right now, 9,500 right now. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This tells me how many shorts are available. And I believe this is very close to, you can see how you can see how the shorts are being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. 7,300, 6,800. I got nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just Interactive Brokers telling me how many shares are available to short. And I think I'm pretty sure this is very close to real time as it gets adjusted. Look at this. Look how this is almost going to go nothing. There we go. See how? So in about what, 45 seconds, it went from, but now somebody just covered some covering. They went, oh no, look at this pop. So they just covered some. Again, this is just Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker may have a completely different number of shares available. Alliance Global Partners initiated a buy with a $12 price target. So that is obviously what caused the pop. But then Grumpy is saying Somebody downgraded it to 350, still above the 224. Okay, PJ, do I have your stamp of approval to short SE yet? Stamp of approval or seal of approval? SE, SE, just hovering around 40 again. Looks like we have three topping tails. Another uranium stock, guys, URG. Boy, a lot uranium, very, very hot. Take a look at the ETF for uranium, URA. Let me back this out on a monthly chart just to see where it is on a monthly chart. Oh, I see. Looks like the highs were the high for this ETF is around $57. Nice big market comeback, guys. This did not look good in the pre-market when we saw this. We saw 45 minutes straight down. This is at 4:30 Eastern time. And then the market opened, little pop, and then we had this almost an hour down. But since then, bounce play should, if you found any sort of bounces, things that you might think might bounce, especially if they're kind of tied to the market. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so the SCHL, I mean, it's got a chance. I mean, if the market keeps doing this, but remember, I mean, it got hammered down on earnings on Friday. Okay, that's why we had the big drop. Okay, now the other thing about the VAC, guys, I didn't realize this. So there's the 200-day moving average right above it too. The VAC, VACC, VACC. So the 200-day moving average is right above it. So could that stall it? Or will this $12 price target just be enough to have it pop through all of this? What I mean, I look at this, I think there could be a lot of resistance. I really think there could be a lot of resistance around 3 when you look at the weekly chart. But I guess if it can get through this 250 area, then it's got a shot to the 3 area. It's right on the 200-day moving average. Well, again, my conservative nature, the ACIC, we saw this one a little bit earlier, right around here, coming right into some resistance, maybe 877. It's like a couple of weekly highs right around the current price. Now, there are a lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short 1.66 million. So, I mean, if this holds, if this cannot get through that 877 level, well, okay, if it can take this out, if it takes out that 877, let's back this weekly chart up a little bit. I mean, probably have to go back a few years now. Yeah, we have to go back 3 years before we start to see the next highs for ACIC. Looks like it's around 969 or so. But so far, that has stalled it. Okay, guys, so I think Chris usually shows up at about 5:02. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to put, I mean, he may not today, but I'm just gonna put the YouTube link in. So when I take my break, you guys can head over to YouTube to listen to Chris for his hour. Okay. Oops. Same. What about a UEC short? Well, you're shorting against the a strong sector, but let's take a look. See if it's setting up as a intraday short at all. Well, I mean, it's coming. If you look left, yeah. I mean, if you look left, it might be coming into some resistance. Next high looking left on the weekly is 548. What did I get up to? Got up to 542. and then 555. So, I mean, it's possible. It's coming into, some resistance, I suppose. The problem I have with it is that, okay, where could it go if you're shorting a strong sector right now. So yeah, if it pulled back, where could it get down to? I mean, sure, if it got down to 524, that wouldn't be bad, but it's not like a tremendous amount of room that I see if you were going to short it. That's in my opinion, of course. And you're trying to short a very strong sector today. Volume is low considering the float. I don't know. I mean, 34 million is not crazy low. It's 1.7 million, 21 times normal volume. But look what it did. It got into that 200-day and pulled back. No shares available. So the shares at Interactive Brokers, they have not been covered yet. For me though, it would really have to take out 250 in a big way. And then maybe it has a shot to the 3 level. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Chris will be here anytime. So Chris is not there yet. So I'm still not on mute yet. Okay, Jamie. So if you go to our toolbar, click on New from our toolbar, click on New, Market Explorer window. Click on Market Explorer window. Now, I'm assuming you're using the downloadable application, right? You're not using the web-based version. I don't think this is available in the web-based version. And then right click, and you get strategies. This will pop up, the box will pop up. Go down to Bollinger Band, box will pop up, and there you are, TTM Squeeze Daily. So I won't leave until you've got it. So again, Market Explorer, select the strategy, box will pop up, down to Bollinger Band, another box pops up, TTM Squeeze Daily. Well, I take my break. It's not here. So you see, Rob Indy, if you notice, I put a YouTube link in right above where you asked that question. So I take my break between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, Jamie, so you've got it? Okay. The old right click, yes. Yeah, somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. So there's a YouTube link. Chris is not there quite yet, but he'll be there very soon. And very soon is right now. Hi, good morning, Mr. Varley.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. That's better than bad. It's not great, but it's better than bad.
Yeah, what I thought was going to be a really dull morning morphed into something not bad.
Yeah, I see you have the ACIC up as well.
Yeah, but that's got nothing on the MORF.
No, it does not. That is quite a move on that one.
That's quite a move, both ways now, actually. But yeah, I unfortunately didn't. I didn't take advantage of the full move. But you know what? I got enough out of it that I'm happy.
And that's what
So
matters the most.
that's what matters to make me happy. That's what matters.
Absolutely.
All right, my friend. I'll take off now.
Sounds good. And I'll see you about an hour.
Okay. Bye bye.
All righty. So happy Monday, everybody. Sorry, I just want to turn
Okay,
my
guys. So I'm muting
notifications
myself now in the main room. Chris is there now.
Yep, there we go. Want to make sure we got Barry muted on that side of things there. Let's get ourselves ready here for a nice Monday session. As I settle in, open forum for anybody that's new here. If you've never done this with me before, I don't have any pre-done content necessarily. I like it better, and I think it's best for everyone, as I always say, when you folks drive the content. I think very often questions that anybody in here asks, at least another 1, 2, or more people have similar questions at the very least, if not almost the exact same questions. The other part about you folks driving the content, it helps me be better at what I do for education and troubleshooting, and gets those juices flowing between all of us. Nothing helps anybody grow more than a thriving, active community. So with all of that said, while there are no questions coming in, we'll just we'll kind of get around to some stuff that's going on today, or at least going on in my mind, my brain, and my world. And of course, I'm happy when anybody wants to interrupt and throw some things at me. So, not looking at a whole lot today to the long side. Just throw this out here as the SPY, and a lot of days kind of moving sideways and then down here. If we scroll this out like so, and my drawing tools come in loading, there we go. And here's this 15-minute chart. So we've got this back here and a bit of a sell-off, and then we moved up and a pullback and a move up and a pullback and a move up. That's a lower high, as a matter of fact. And we do have to take into account now that we've got this high, we've got that high, and we now have this and this high, whichever one you want to counter both, but lower each time, even if just slightly between here and there. A series of lower highs, and a series of lower highs starts to equal a trend. Albeit a short trend, it's a trend that I think does matter, right? Without any question. So anyways, that's, some quick overall market thoughts. Scrolling back on there. Peter, your thoughts in VIRC? Let's see, VIRC. Not a whole lot of thoughts on it at the moment. I mean, it's only traded 240,000 shares at this point with a relative volume of 32 and change. So it's obviously not an overly active stock. And that's with, this look back of volume, and it still has that high of a relative volume. So, yeah, not overly interested in it, to be honest. It's also got a spread of 7 cents right now. So, as far as a day trade goes, I'm going to take a big pass on that. But that doesn't mean that if you have a plan for it, that you shouldn't be watching it to execute any plan that you may or may not have on that. But for me, no thanks for the moment anyways. Should it pass some other volume thresholds of either of these scans and start to appear on my scans, then I would begin to give it some consideration. But for now, nada. How would you rank the difficulty of learning the software beyond pre-configured setups? Espresso, semi-subjective. Someone that has a handle on trading itself and is, let's say, tech savvy, they're obviously going to have a very short learning curve compared to someone who is like me, In 2017, first of all, I'm not a tech savvy person. Number one, I mean, I'm not tech illiterate, but I'm not tech savvy either. I'd fall, somewhere slightly in the middle, maybe towards tech, closer to tech illiterate than tech savvy, but more towards the middle overall. The second thing is I knew nothing about trading whatsoever. I mean, I bought and sold some stocks casually and just a Fidelity account that I had for long-term holds and stuff like that. But I didn't know anything about trading, technical analysis, any of that stuff. So it took me about 2 months to really start to get a hold of the software. And software is vast. Nobody has a full hold on the software. I mean, the closest people are going to be, myself and Stephanie and Steve and Andy and Jamie, and because we troubleshoot so many parts of the software, so for so many different types of users and traders, that we're forced into that in that sense. But nobody, and I mean nobody, uses all of the software. People settle on things in the software that are relevant and important to them. They don't look at other items in it that aren't. So with that said, long story long answer long, I would say that given those items that we just discussed, I'd say 2 weeks to 2 months. And it's really going to depend on your ability to sit and concentrate and focus on learning the software, and where what's your starting point on trading in general. And those would be the two items that I'd be looking at. So I know not the most helpful of answers, but best I could do. I'm sorry. The other thing too is attending these. Attending these and asking questions. If you attend these, you attend this 4 days a week, let's say for 2 weeks. I mean, you're gonna like bam, nail stuff without any question. If you're trying to really just troubleshoot on your own and work your way through the dark, there's plenty of videos, got the full user's guide and all those things like that. But you're going to be looking at a longer time frame for that. That's without any question. So by all means, you have specific questions, hit those up on us, right? Or me specifically, anyways, for the moment. With that said, throw some questions in here, and I'll get to those. Outside of that, what else could we look at right now? What else could we look at? So we look at a few things that I have been looking at for the day here. So we've got ACIC, as I mentioned before. I didn't notice it until somewhere in the 840s. See, I set a price alert here. It's at 849, I guess. I wasn't going to go chasing after it into that. We'll see if it sets back up to give us another leg up into the sky. But you can't, you got to notice this right here. You've got this recent resistance, and you got topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow. And then, comes and fills that gap. And now trying to boost off of that again. Volume is okay on it, or I should say liquidity is okay on it. Volume is quote unquote good. Again, relative volume relative to the stock itself. I would like to see a little more liquidity, and I have to wonder, was that it on the liquidity and volume that's coming in, and we flatline from there, which would equal me being even less interested in than I currently am. As the saying goes, though, hard telling, not knowing, because we don't predict futures here. We set price alerts, and we watch, observe, and see if things meet what we need and or want them to get involved in a trade. Can you run TI on a Mac? Yes. You have to use the web version if you're using the Mac OS, or you'd have to use a virtual Windows machine like Parallels, Windows 365, Amazon Workstation, or Boot Camp to run the download version there, Robert. For the web version here, I'll drop a link to the user's guide section on the web version for you. I'd say the biggest thing with the web version, it just has a different feel to it, and it is missing a few items compared to the download version. There's going to be no brokerage plus, no text-to-speech alerts. Those are the two big things. But the data points and the scanning abilities are relatively the same. If you're looking for races through the web version, then I'd suggest you want to use our market dashboard on the website instead. Here's a link on the market dashboard, and that'll give you some races that are pretty similar to what you see me running here. And that's the market dashboard section of the user's guide. And, you know, more things will be added into that as time goes on. They're continuously working on that. That's where a lot of focus is for the development team, trying to bring in more web-based mobile items to the software itself. I just want to reset this price alert. I see Brian's got a question there. I am in a trading challenge to get funded and have to place my trades on their software, but to use your software for scanning and screening, would I have to be hooked up to interactive brokers? Use any broker you want. I use Thinkorswim. You know, I used to use interactive brokers. I don't currently. That's not true. I do use interactive brokers sometimes still, but I have a small account that I do random things and that don't pertain so much as to this software as it used to. I do my heavy lifting of trading in Thinkorswim. So you use whatever broker you want. You're not obligated to any one broker. And thank you for your positive feedback on Barry. Barry's the best. I mean, like I said before, when I discovered trade ideas, I didn't know anything about trading whatsoever. And I mean whatsoever. And yeah, I spent a lot of time in the room watching, listening, observing, taking notes, researching what the heck was an SMA, what the heck was an RSI, so on and so forth. So, Barry and Jamie, Steve, Andy, Michael, I owe them quite a bit for where I am today in the world of finance and trading. If not for them, who knows where I'd be. So with that said, I hope that kind of helps, Brian. You're not obligated to use interactive brokers. Interactive brokers just happens to be one of the few brokers we can directly connect to. That's all. So if that's what, you want a direct connection broker like that, then you'd have to use IB, E-Trade, or Alpaca now. We're not really advertising Alpaca. There's some loose ends to tie up for us before we can put out some of the videos and walkthroughs on it. We don't have a compliance department like brokers and other asset management companies do. So that's just kind of where we're at with that. So we're waiting on Alpaca for a few things, but we can connect to them currently. Just the support is limited with Alpaca because we're waiting on them more than less. Without getting into a lot of detail, that's useless at this point. I used to run the browser version, but kept accidentally refreshing my browser and it would reset my whole setup. Parallels good to have. More issue last 2 months, lots of freezing up. Yeah, I'd make sure, Perfect Circle, I know very little about parallels, and anything I ever say about parallels is literally parroted from Michael and or Stephanie, knowing a little more than me on it. But always make sure that you're allocating enough memory to it and that you have all the updates both to the Parallels windows and the Windows side of what you're running in Parallels. Those matter a lot. I use Mac with TI and started with AWS, then switched to Parallels. I prefer Parallels. All right, so you got your 2 cents there from Christine. Thank you I always appreciate when someone that has some experience with that fires that stuff in too. That helps a lot. It goes a long way for everybody. And again, it goes kind of back to, us being a community here, everybody contributing in different ways that are positive and a positive effect to us all. So yeah, there is that. All right, I think we're kind of caught up here with everything. If I missed something or you folks, anybody that's put anything in so far, need me to elaborate on anything a little more than I have, please let me know. Keep poking me. Let me know what direction to head in. Outside of that, I'll just kind of jabber away here on some stuff. that ACIC again. Look, we can see, look at the volume drop off here like this, right? So you got this climb into volume here, and we really come back down the other side of the cliff. Price kind of sitting there. I don't know if I want to call it a flag at this point, In fact, I'm not going to call it a flag at this point. That doesn't mean it's not relevant, the stock, anymore. Let's see what happens here, right? Got a price alert set. We'll keep an eye on it. VACC, what are you? Interesting. A lot of liquidity, a lot of volume. 2.7 million shares traded on it, doing about 30 times what it's normally doing. It's having a day today. It hasn't had one in quite a while. Since March of this past year is as close as we're going to get right now. Volume looks to be sustained in it for the moment. Not a terribly small float, certainly not a large float by any stretch of anyone's imagination. Pharmaceutical. Throw a price alert on this. Keep an eye on it. Now, looking back on a daily chart, this 250 level is going to be a bear, and then this 270 level also, but that doesn't mean that, not to pay attention to it. We got to keep an eye on it. It is already up 38%, give or take, from the prior close, up 41.5% from today's open. So make of that what you will. Let's see what happens, though. So I was looking at the chart, and I was a little confused at how that, because I was looking at it like it opened here. It opened down here, actually. Just it's hard to see that dash, the VWAP kind of hiding it out. One second here, folks. Someone says they're having trouble connecting to this here. But this is without a question up and running, so I'm not sure why they have trouble. Opinion on that 200 EMA 1 minute trading approach? Tried it? No, not my cup of tea. I like it, Trader 77. I like how clean and look. Michael Katz has been using that strategy, I suspect, for quite a while. So it's his bread and butter. Not the same kind of trading that I do. I'm also not a shorter. I don't short very often. And I'm just not as versed at the strategy. My opinion of it is that if that's something that's in your wheelhouse, I'd practice it in the simulator without a question, and see how well I did with it, how it fits into my trading personality, because I think a lot of what we do as traders relates to us as our personalities. Someone who's just a real laid back person, or not in a rush to do anything, just that easy go with the flow kind of personality. They're not going to be trying to get in on 1 minute charts and scraping things out fast and, scale in, scale in, scale in, scale out, scale out, scale out. That's, someone that has that kind of personality is going to be a much higher pace, faster moving type of person. That's not to say that those can't overlap, or, you can't quote unquote train yourself into those things. But I find that when you trade your quote unquote personality with obviously a trading plan, that's where you'll find a little more success. It goes a little deeper than just the trading itself. A bit concerned about it. Yeah, you could try it that way with the inverse ETFs. It's not going to be quite the same. So you have to understand that there are going to be little nuances that are going to be different than what you observe from Mr. Michael Katz there. But I suppose it could work. That's one of those kind of hard telling without really getting into the nitty gritty of it on those inverse ETFs. Well, that VACC, look at the volume still pouring into it right now. It's at that 250 level. Oh boy. I'm not going to go after it, but there it is. Alrighty. What else is happening here? All right, we must have a little bounce in the market going. Yeah, a little bounce in the market. This IONQ, I just kind of keep my eye on it. It's, you know, very liquid in general. It's very market reactive after this move here that happened. It's been very market reactive. Market's down. This is mostly down. But it has its moments where it flies. So it's been a pretty good trader for me overall. So keep an eye on that there. At some recent intraday resistance there. So we'll see, and looks like it stumbled a little bit here on Friday at that level. Anyways, we're going to keep an eye on that. Uranium was a strong sector. Let's see here. Let's bring over the sectors. Yeah, so uranium's been a strong sector today. It's been strong of late as well. You know, it hadn't gone anywhere by June, but then in June it really kind of had a nice takeoff and pull back here into July, and it's really kind of found its way climbing the ladder since then, having itself quite a day today. And the reason I bring that up is quadruple U was coming through a race earlier, but struggling here at this level. If we look at the picture-in-picture chart, you know, it's kind of cleared some of this resistance back in here. See how much more legs it has on it. I'm just kind of watching it. I don't think I'm a participant in it. Define short, Steely Stan, define short-term time frame. Intraday for 3 days. You know, what you consider short-term time frame, I may not consider short-term time frame. That's all. But generally speaking, I would look for stocks that are oversold. I guess you're going to want to look at RSI for oversold. So, what I would do is do this with a top list. I'd be looking at, let's say, RSI. You know, we can use whatever time frame. You know, we can use, let's say, a 60-minute time frame, add that column, and we could say a maximum of, let's say, 35 on it, right? And clean these up. And then let's say position and range. I don't know, position in 5-day range. Maybe add that filter, and let's say it's still, you know, minimum 75% above the low of that 5-day range. Got any other filters on there? And that's all we're going to get right now. KEJI, whatever that is. That's Chinese. Vice, again, not too much coming out like that, but that's the path that I would be taking thought-wise. Strong stocks year to date, oversold the last 2 weeks. So then I'd be looking at something like position in the year range. Position in year range. Let's add that filter. Let's say 75% above the low of the year. And let's see. And oversold in the last 2 weeks. I don't know. We don't have an RSI for weeks like that, but maybe we could look at position. I don't know. Let's say position in the last 10 days. Add that filter. Actually, you know what? I have a different way I want to do this. I want to go with let's see, a max of 75 on this. Let's get rid of that. Let's come to sort. Let's sort it on position and range. Let's give this a few other filters here. I don't know. Let's say $10 is a minimum. Let's say 550 on volume traded on the day for today. And I'm just curious what this is going to return to us. All right, so here we go. These are, let's add relevant columns to configure columns. Position in 10-day, position in year. Let's get rid of change from close. That's not going to be really relevant to what we're trying to do today. Position change from open is also not relevant. Now let's change the color scheme on this to make a little more sense. Since we're sorting from position on the year. Position year, let's use that, press OK, and here you go. So now you've got, nice little scan here, where here we can see these position ranges that they're all pretty strong, but position in 10 days, we've got some weak ones in here, right? So here's Walmart, right? I'd say that's relatively strong, all things considered. EC, all right, you got this top up in here. GE, probably a real good example here. A bit of a sell-off, but it isn't sold off like the market has. Mobile, kind of tough because it's still kind of positive over the 10 days. But this is what I would do. I'd be, I'm combining the actual scanning with sorting. I'm using the sort to kind of give me some ideas. So if to go back over what I did again for everybody, just in case. What I did was, I gave it a price range and some volume metrics. And I said, I don't want to see anything that's above 75% of the low of 10 days. I want to see it's 25% off at least the high of its 10 days. And then I sorted it. I said, after you find me all those stocks, I want you to sort them by the ones that are in the best position and range of the year right now. So that's what I've done there essentially. I mean, and you could refine this more with other metrics, obviously. But let's see, strong year, week, 10 days. I'm going to go ahead and share that for everybody as a template there. Hopefully that helped you there, Steely, a little bit. If you have other things you want to interject or add or comment or question on, obviously fire those away for me. We could do other things with this too on the sort. We could do this instead. Watch this one here. Let's go with sort. Let's sort it 10 days, smallest on top. Let's change these filters around. Let's get rid of that filter and let's put this at, let's say 80% above the low on the year. And now, here's things that are weakest over 10 days, right? But strong on the year. TJ Maxx. It's been strong on the year. It's been weak the last 10 days. I'm not going to do the XLC because it's an ETF. Here's Blackstone. Strong on the year, weak the last 10 days. UBS. Strong on the year, weak in the last 10 days. MasterCard. Strong on the year, weak over the last 10 days. So we'll call this a second version of that scan. I'll go ahead and share that out. Let's rename it V2. Oops, wrong button. There we go. And I'll ship that off to you folks as well. So hopefully that kind of makes sense, Steely. Let me know how you feel about that. If there's, or anybody else, I mean, please, folks, anybody, of course, chime in. Brian's asking about Apple. I have no opinion on Apple. I hate them. Hate Apple with a passion. That's all I got for it. I'm sorry. I have a very personal bias against them and most tech companies. Probably not for the reasons that you think, more because, just as an example, as an iPhone user, they just put out a new update and it's draining the battery and they're like, oh, it's not a planned obsolete thing or anything like that, but we're sorry that we're draining your battery faster now, basically, and go screw yourself, buy a new iPhone. So, I hate them. That's all with a passion. But nobody, who's better, right? So anyways, Apple, as far as the stock goes, leave my personal bias out of it. Not a great look right now, right? short-term downtrend, trying to find support at this breakout level. This level is everything right now. You give up this level, you're headed back down here to 160, right? So you hold this level, and then maybe you can start to make a march back up again. But that's, yeah, I love the position and range filters, Steely. I love the position and range filters. They have been a big, big part of what I've done over the last 3-4 years, whatever it is, longer, maybe, I don't even know. Big fan. Excuse me, little indigestion. Yeah, I promised myself my next phone is like, I'm gonna like go on eBay and buy an old flip phone or something like that. This is my last smartphone. I don't care. Well, anyways, personal stuff aside, I want to make sure I stay on topic here and not get into these philosophical discussions. While I love to have them, not at the time nor the place. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents on Apple right there. Like I said, top, lower highs, moving down. This is a huge level right here. We can even, I think, I was going to say, I bet if we scroll back, we're going to find that this is a big level going back in time, and I was not going to be wrong. Before I can even get the words out of my mouth, it was showing up. So, price likes to find areas and make them home over and over again. So, and this is subjective. We can make this line bigger or smaller. Is the line here? Is the line here? Where do you want to make the line? Some of the line can confirm your story of, bias and things like that too. If I make the line here, right, I could say, oh, well, look, it struggled all through here and just couldn't quite get there. Now it's back below that level and that's weak, right? That's a story if I put the line there, right? Or I could say, I can put the line down here and it's just as relevant, and we could call this a couple of oopsies all through here. And then it finally blasted through, came back and tested it, bounced off it, testing it again. And if it goes back down, it's weak. If it moves back up, we see some strength in it still and trying to buck that short-term downtrend, right? So that's why technical analysis becomes extremely subjective. Just by simply moving that line a few millimeters one way or the other, I can push a narrative, and I could go right on, and I could do all this, post both those charts on Twitter with the comments that I made, and have people love and hate both those charts for the same reasons that I've just demonstrated to you. And that's why technical analysis is so subjective, and you can ask anybody their opinion, and their opinion is just that. It's an opinion, not a fact. And it will have zero bearing on what the stock actually does. And that's why having a trading plan is the most important part of this. And at the end of the day, looking at this level in here, whether you're using this level or this level, and we'll call it, let's see, 179 and 173 for fun. Let's call it those two numbers. Down in this area, you're in the red zone. You're in the red zone to the bearish side, right? And if you can get back above that 179, I'd say you're moving into a yellow / trying to be kind of greenish zone going back over there. And that's my long story long on Apple. What do I think of a short on USO? I know you play with fire. I remember when gold was looking strong at one point. I guess it was over a year ago when you were shorting gold, and a lot of people were saying gold, and you shorted gold, and I believe you did well, if I remember correctly there, perfect circle. What do I think on USO, though? It's been, it's one of the bright spots over the last few months. There's a lot of people that believe we're in a commodity super cycle. We're in the 6th inning of one now, 5th or 6th inning, depending on who you talk to. Still extended here, still a bit extended off of this here, the USO. I wouldn't be surprised to see it consolidate. If we were to pull back, I wouldn't be surprised to see it pull back into this 78 range. Will it do it? I have no idea, but let's stick a line down here. And again, let's make that a little more visible. And again, this is subjective. This is just where I'm seeing the line, doesn't mean that that's correct, but bang, 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 just underneath it, banged up to it until it went through it. And is this going to be a whoopsie? Only time will tell. So, my 2 cents on it. If we go back further, look at all that price touching there. So, above that line, bullish, below that line, bearish. That's, where I would lie in on all that. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Not just patience in the stock. You're not just patience waiting for the setup, but patience once you have a confirmation of the setup and taking that trade. I full heartedly agree with you on that there. So that's my 2 cents on USO. Well, momentum and price is technical analysis, just another form of technical analysis, Brian. I mean, that's more than less what I use. Price and volume, that's all I care about. I mean, that's not all I care about. It's mostly what I care about is price and volume. All right. We're doing all right over here. What else? I think I've gotten through. I'm pretty sure I've gotten through everybody's questions here. If there's something I missed, though, please bring it back up again to me. I never want to miss someone what they're asking. Caterpillar, that's an interesting one on this list here. What do you look like, Caterpillar? Very interesting. Here's what I find interesting about this. Someone will say, Chris, why do you find that interesting? And well, all right, let's move up and a sell off, right? We based here, a very interesting level to a base. Then we started to move up and we get that initial move up, but then we get some nice steps moving up and now we're basing here again. Very interesting. Recent top, but I wouldn't necessarily call these lower highs. Yes, that's a lower high there, but it's just kind of more of a throwback to this level here. And that's CMT talk. It's not a pullback, it's a throwback. It's like you throw the price back down to prior resistance / prior resort. And yeah, so that's that. Anyways, Caterpillar, interesting look. Strong on the year. Weakish in the last 10 days. Hi there, want to find stocks that are not correlated with the indices. Well, then you'd want to look at either the beta filter or the indice filters. So let's see, let's get an alert window up here. Let's search and change. And so we've got these ones here, change NASDAQ, S&P, and Dow. And so you could put those in and say, the Dow and stuff like that's down, but you're looking for stocks that are up. That would be one way to do it, where they're conversely moving. The other thing you could do is beta. That's not what I wanted to do at all. There we go. I use this beta filter. Let's bring over the definition so I don't screw this up. But measurement of volatility given the stock overall market, usually the S&P 500 essentially. So, it gives you some examples what the values of adding that filter would do there, HS. And that's how you could do, those are the two ways that I would point you towards that. But what you have to understand though, is that probably 99% of stocks every day are going to move with the indexes. There's that's how it works. So when you're trying to find stocks moving, counter to the indexes, you're going to have very few, if any, each day that are going to populate in a scan like that. So just, keep in mind, being a contrarian sometimes means a lot fewer ideas, a lot fewer ideas. But those are the two things that I'd point you towards. And again, we could play around with this here. So let's see. Let's go change. And we'll start with the NASDAQ and let's add that filter. And let's see. We don't want it up any more than, let's say, 0.5% today, right? And we could do the same thing here. We could stack these. I don't know how well that'll help us or hurt us, but part of scan building is not 0.05, 0.5, and then the Dow, and that filter, and 0.5, and let's see. Sorry, having a brain lapse there. And let's just get stocks making new highs on the day here, and let's give it some price metrics. I don't know. Let's say it's a minimum of $5 traded. I don't know, 550,000 shares. I like that number. Why not? And let's just see if anything's even coming through today. Quite a bit. Oh, all right, I'm lying. Not quite a bit. Two popped in right away. So you got, these here that are moving counter. And history today. Yeah, you got quite a bit coming through. That's like that. Obviously, you probably, well, I won't say obviously, but likely you're going to want to tie this up with some more metrics here than what we've put in there. Chime in HS if what I'm saying makes sense, if this is what you're looking to do, because perhaps I misunderstood you and I'm just heading in the wrong direction, which I wouldn't want to do that on you either. I want to make sure that I'm getting you relevant content here to your question. So, but those are the kinds of things that I would be looking to do if I was trying to find things moving counter, which is what I think you were asking. The contrarian trade I have is a long XBI. All right, so excellent. All right, spot on. Thank you. Like I said, you might want to check out the beta too. I'm trying. What else could we add in there? Let's just scroll through this real quick and see what else we could possibly find for you that might make sense. You might want to look at HS. You might want to look at some of the sector breakdown breakouts as alerts. One of those might interest you. Positive and negative market divergences, those might be of interest to you. Now, those are alerts that have filters built into them as well, but they're not actual filters. So you might even try coupling the filters that we just went over with some or all these alerts, just seeing what comes through. Because at the beginning of any kind of scan building, it's a lot of trial and error, what's coming through. I always think, well, I should say, whenever I go to start building newer stuff with scans, I like to have more data at the beginning and then try to narrow it down from there. So I like to work backwards in that sense versus working forwards where I have almost no stocks and how do I loosen it up to get more stocks in. Other people find it more beneficial to work the opposite way that I do, though. So there's no real right answer on that. It's just throwing that out there as thoughts as well on how to kind of back build on things like this. Again, I just want to run down a few more alerts and filters, just to looking over real quick to see what would be relevant for you to help you in this. And of course, anybody else that's interested in these kinds of things as well. On scanning idea generation, I would stay away from all that stuff. I don't really think you want to use any of these patterns on the candles here. It doesn't really have anything to do with the overall market. Volume, they can be relevant, obviously. I'm just trying to find the things that, are the obscure filters that people don't look at quite as often. That would make sense here. So we're back into those already. Pivots aren't going to matter. VWAP, has nothing to do with the market in that regard. Standard deviations, and not market related. It's that's contrarian to what the stock normally does. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. I'm sorry. Yeah. None of these specifically market related outside of those ones, I guess. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so all right, those that set of the market itself with the NASDAQ, S&P, and the Dow, and the beta. I'd look at the beta too. I think that might be of an interest for you. Those are going to be the big ones. Those are going to be the big ones for you. XBI, that thing hasn't really gone anywhere in a long time, no. I guess gone anywhere is relative to what we're looking at here, but I mean, it's at the lower end of a range from the last year and a half, give or take. Because last summer, remember, this was like one of the few bright spots last summer when it made this move up and then it pulled back and everybody thought, oh, this is going to be it. And we'll have sector rotation. Now the XBI will be the leader of the market, and absolutely not. And so kind of just sitting here like that, back at the lower end of this range here. I don't know whether to say it has or hasn't gone anywhere. It just really depends on obviously your time frame and things like that. But, you know, well off the lows from the spring of still off the lows. I don't know, well off the lows, $10 or so off the lows of spring of 2022. $105 off the highs, or $106, $7 off the, $102 or $3 off the highs of 2021. So you got the plan, execute that plan. That's all you can do, right? Absolutely. You're welcome, HS. I hope that helped. What else? What else do we have going on right now? So sorry, I just want to bring the SPY back over. So yeah, SPY just kind of messing with us, right? Gap down, move up, slight move down, nice move up, consolidate. We're moving up. Wait, no, we're not moving up. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't mention it in the reverse. You're bringing up a good point. Perfect circle. I just showed it where the S&P wasn't moving up, but the stocks were. And absolutely, you could flip that around where the S&P and the NASDAQ and all that are moving up, and your stocks moving. The stocks you're looking for are moving to the downside of that. Absolutely. So, and yeah, just looking at the S&P here. Or the SPY, it's up 0.25% today. So doing it on what has to be over the last 30 days anyways, fairly normal volume, so nothing crazy going on. I would note, I think it's very important to note, today is Yom Kippur. So the Jewish high holidays are going to be coming to an end after tonight. So that will obviously play a role as more folks will come back into the market. There's a lot of people that observe over the last week, obviously to different degrees, people with the holidays in respect to the religion, on their participation in aspects of life in general, work and the markets included. It was a very, very large Jewish community here where I live, and there are a lot of people where I live involved in finance, and a number of those folks, they do basically kind of take this last week or so off, 10 days off. So really important to note that as we roll into the rest of this week. And people can make all kinds of assertions about the market. Oh, we're waiting for CPI data. Oh, we're waiting for the Fed. Oh, we're waiting for the jobs report. We'll always be waiting for something, right? There's always going to be something that's, this is why the market isn't moving, or this is why the volume's light, and so on and so forth, so there's always a narrative to be had, but it just, that's a little bit, this one's a little bit different than the Fed or CPI or jobs or, any of that other stuff. This is, folks that are just sitting out, because of personal reasons, and it is a significant one anyway. So just thought I'd throw that out there. I think that's something that a lot of people don't think about or consider, but it is certainly a relevant one for sure. I don't know why they're not available on a top list. You can add them for top lists. You can absolutely add them through customs, the same as like the 1 minute volume. It's not there in a top list, but if you add the formula in the back end to your account, it will be there. The only reason I can figure is because of the way the top lists update and refresh versus time-stamped alerts. I still don't personally get it, but what do I know? I'm me, and I'm not a coder or anything like that. I'm far above my pay grade, all this stuff like that. WW is watching this. All right. I'm sitting around waiting for something to trade today, but nothing has lined up for me really. You know, WW just made this break above 1020. The problem is now, you know, I was looking, if it broke above 1020 and I had some conviction behind it, I thought maybe it'd run up here to 1050. Hasn't quite run up there, 1040 and change. So, you know, looking at Friday's high here as a wall. Anyways, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'll reset that price alert up there and see where we go. But a whole lot of nada at this point. So, but yeah, back to what Perfect Circle was saying here. It's not. And so like, look, if we go into the configure here and I type in, for example, S and P, I don't know why. There we go. The S&P, we could see it here is in an alert window, right? And it'd be the same for the NASDAQ and whatever else too. If I go into a top list, we go to configure, I think change is easier to do than that because it brings them all up. It's not here in a top list. I don't have a reason why it's not, but it can be added. You can do it with customs if it's something you really needed. If you're familiar with customs, just hop in there, get the code, and put that in the back end. If it's not something you're familiar with, shoot us an email to info@trade-ideas.com. And we could help you with that, get that in there if it's something important for you to have in the top lists. We can mess around with it for a second. There's not a whole lot else going on. So if I come to accounts management page in here and I go to custom formulas and I come down here to filters and codes, it's going to be somewhere in here. There we go. So here are your filters, codes on all that. And, you know, you take it. So here's just the NASDAQ 5 minute, just as an example. If I could ever click it properly, that would help. So you highlight that and copy that, come back to this, and we would go create new. We're going to put that source code in here, and it's whatever it is, change NASDAQ 5, NAS 5, and the units are there, and a dollar format. We don't need any graphics or anything like that. And I press save, and we can see it saved properly here. Right now, if I do this, let's just add a random digit in there, and we can see the parse error like that. Get rid of that. So it said only partially saved, and now I got it back to what it's supposed to be. If I close that now and I come to account and I go reset connection, I always like to reset a few times when I'm resetting the connection. And now if I come back into the top list, configure, search, where are you going to be? Actually, let's type NAS. There we go. Change NAS 5, right? And that's in the top list for me now. So I'm just going to go delete that because I don't want it in my account. I don't like having customs in my account. I really don't need. I do have a few that I've left in there just for back engineering purposes for some simpler items that people ask for. Sometimes I try to help with because I am no customs expert. I am semi-customs illiterate. I memorized some of the things that Stephanie and Barry and Michael have shown me over the years. But you know, they know much more than I do on all this. I shouldn't even say much more than I do. They know, I don't know. It's not even an amount difference. I know nothing and they know a lot. Anyways, with all that said, long story long as usual. Is there a catalog of all the available codes that can be used for custom filters configuration? Yeah, right here. So inside this user's page here, first let me get you, here's the customs user's guide link. This is the user's guide link for doing custom formulas here. So that's right there for you, and go through that in your own time, obviously. And I'll jump into some stuff right now for you just to help a little bit, you know, what little I know. So you have this overview here. So we go ahead and click on that overview and we scroll down, it starts to give, you know, how the icons work and descriptions And it goes in to talk about top lists don't have some of the formulas that are in alert windows, which was what Perfect Circle alluded to before and what I was just kind of showing. We talk about format and stuff like that, what graphics have to do with everything. And then we get into the formula. Oh, sorry. Standard operators here. There's your different operators for returning true and false and null and all those things of that nature. Then we get into things. So, your last price, most recent close, the expected open, time of day, seconds after open, day of the week, today's high, today's low, pre-market high, pre-market low. There's volume counted in shares over X amount of time. So you have 1 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30 minutes, all the different SMA and time frame codes that are here, so on and so forth. So I'm not going to go over every one of these because I'm bore half you to death, and I do apologize for that. But here are all these different codes that exist within here. And then this is a really great couple of examples here down here. So like different volatility stuff you could do with Bollinger Bands and things like that. Just giving you examples of what can be done with these codes. Another one of volume, we're comparing volume because we don't compare candles, right? But we can compare time frames because we have volume in different time frames. And so this is a way to do it. And, one shows this is as a ratio and this is a percent. So there's that part of it. And that's one set of the custom codes, right? And then, so that's in the overview. And then you have the filter codes here. And that's a list of this is the main list of all the codes that we have here. And you just go down and you can see all the short codes that exist within there. The one thing about this is it is not a code compiler. We can't just make up anything we want. So for example, we don't have EMA data for scanning. Yes, we have it on our charts, but completely different than scanning on it. So you can't make an EMA filter, unfortunately. It just, is what it is. And as someone who does like EMAs, it is what it is. With that said, you've got that whole list that's in there. And then you've got the overview again. That's right here for you, and the instructions. I guess I already had that open there. So hopefully that makes sense. I know it's a short rundown on it that can become as complicated or as simple as you want. In all honesty. All right. Just scrolling back, make sure I didn't miss anything else here. Barry will be along any moment. And I don't want to leave anybody hanging with questions that they had. I think we're good. All right, I think we're good. If not, just again, pop it back in there for me, please, so I don't miss anything on anyone here. I'll go ahead and close that. I think runs the course of that exercise and that and that and that. And whoa, did this go? Yeah, this went. Wow, did this go? Oh man, I wasn't paying attention at all. That really went. I said, well, 250 if it got through it. What a move, huh?
Christopher.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you hear me?
I do. I popped them in just a few seconds ago.
You're talking about custom formulas and all that. I'll bet that 0.5% of our customers maybe use our custom formulas. I know people get they're looking to take our data and massage it a little bit more so they can get a different type of a look. I just, when I first started with Trade Ideas, I was kind of keen to try it all, but I just really didn't find a huge edge to trying to. I think our standard filters and our standard filters, because you can't do anything with the alerts, are perfectly good. But I guess that's why we have them there. Those two lists that you showed, in case there is somebody who wants to be a little more, I don't know, inventive, I suppose. Yeah. But other than that, I really don't see a big deal.
Look, I am in your boat with all that. I've played around with them, and I played around with that comparing volume filters and stuff like that. And it just never amounted to anything. Maybe I didn't put full effort into it. I guess, my heart wasn't in it. But I've done, with like you said, with the regular filters and everything that we had, I've done well enough. And anything that's never worked for me had nothing to do with our data. It had everything to do with me. So, if I can't trade with what's already there, what makes me think anything's
Exactly,
fancy is going to help me. That was just my whole thing with it. But I've seen some people do some great stuff with it, and to each their own. But like you said, the people that have done any of that stuff, few and far in between. Number one, some of them are quote unquote data scientists, miners that I couldn't even begin to fathom how their brain works versus mine. And good on them for doing it, and good on them for being able to utilize that data like that. And here I am doing it my way.
Yeah. So man, oh man, I'm watching this. MORF just took out another new low. I'm wondering about if I want to reshort it now. It's a little probably extended on the way down, but takes out 24. I may get involved.
Yeah.
But boy, it's actually been another crazy one. This ACIC. You probably saw that also, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man, oh man.
It's really nice pullback here on that 5-minute chart to the ADMA, and just a beautiful move off that. I don't know if you saw a VACC though.
Oh yeah. Well, I was wondering why it's not showing up on our market scope.
Yeah.
I know you're not looking at it. I know you're not looking at market scope.
I don't bother looking at that thing. I'll just
but I like to look at. It's actually, Chris. You know what? I could actually see, even for myself.
Yeah.
I could actually see not so much the market scope, but the top list and the top, because you can kind of combine them.
Yeah.
I can kind of see as okay, as opposed to surfing. Okay, I can kind of see sitting back and kind of letting the thing just show me alerts that I may not see in the scans that I have constructed, and clicking on them and say, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. So I actually, even for myself, a bit of a dry day, thinking, wow, I'm not getting too many new alerts that I'm interested in, heading over there and just saying, well, this one's picking this up, mainly because maybe I've got some kind of filter in my scan that is too tough. Yeah. And this one's maybe not quite as tough, but doesn't mean it's bad just because it's not quite as tough.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, look, I'm not getting the VACC on to my races, but my race that's based off your 10-day daily breakout, that's where I got that idea from. So
right.
Now I know what's a price. It's a price filter that's kept it off of these other scans. But no, having things that give you another look without a question.
Without getting too overwhelmed, of course, by
exactly
flipping around and all day long. And you've heard me say this a million times, but clicking like mad and getting nothing done.
Yeah, exactly. And as far as the market scope goes, I mean, I've just seen too many of the conversations where why isn't this there? So I don't even bother looking at it till they figure out what they really want to do with dialing that thing in. So,
well, why that isn't there, I have no idea, because I mean, it's plenty of volume, plenty of relative volume. It's not a crazy low price. I mean, it's just it's sort of weird to me that it's not there. But anyway, Christopher, thank you again for spelling me, giving me an hour off. It's not really an hour off, but you know what I mean.
I do.
Talking. Hour off from talking, but thanks again, and guess we'll see you next week.
All right. Thank you, Barry. I'll see you somewhere in between either way. And thank you, everybody. Great session as usual. Glad that helped you, Steely. HS, Perfect Circle. Appreciate you all chiming in. All right, everybody. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Back. Give me a moment. There we go. Back in both rooms now, guys. Back in both rooms. I was saying to Chris in our YouTube room, boy, oh boy, I mean, that MORF is now at a low of the day again. Going with the idea of maybe taking a short underneath 24. I mean, it still has room down here. Or does it? Wait a minute. Yeah, 23. It's got room down to 23 on the weekly chart anyway. And boy, oh boy, that ACIC, while I was on my break, I mean, we're talking about that. I was wondering if it could get through this 875. Yeah, it did. It did. And is this not halted, is it? No, it's not halted. I'm surprised. I thought it was halted because it's not really trading. I mean, it is trading. Don't get me wrong. It is trading, but not a lot. You know, I mean, it's sort of sitting at that 890, 892. And I'll look left to see where it could go. I think I had to go back to year 2000 before we start seeing the next highs. Now, I think 986, I believe 986 is the next high looking left. I think a tough time. I want to say 974 is the next high looking left. That's on the weekly chart. So, I mean, in theory, it still has some room to keep running. And this is all about a big price target put on it. I think anyway. I don't know if there's any other news for ACIC. And of course, we have all those law firms encouraging you to join the class action lawsuit against ACIC. You know, when I was on my break, I did put up, there's Foot Locker, but I was wanting to see what the overall retail sector was doing. XRT was having a pretty good day. You know, I mean, it's pulling back a bit now, 45 minutes, but, you know, it was at least positive today. Really haven't seen that too much, not for the retail sector, but I saw Macy's was popping. I did see Foot Locker, FL was popping. All right, guys. Let's see, ACIC 9 now. A low float, 19.4 million in the float. So it is a low float situation for ACIC. Does Ivy have shorts or Joby? I think so, but let me do a quick look for JOBY. And the answer is yes. Oh, yeah, lots. 1.19 million. Brian, are you still in our YouTube room? I'm just trying to see because you mentioned something about needing IB or E-Trade to trade with trade ideas, and that's, you know, it's not the case. I mean, okay, so I'm reading what you're saying, but to use your software for scanning and screening, okay, I'm assuming he answered. Okay, would I have to be hooked up? I thought you said I have to be hooked up. to interactive brokers. Okay. I think it's a misconception, guys. You know, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. We do have some ways in which you can link using our external linking tool to many brokers, and all it is a time saver. Okay, that's all it is. So when I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry. But if if you have one of those odd brokers for some reason that we don't link to, well, then you have to type the symbol in. We are a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Just want to make. I'm sure that's what Chris said to you, Brian, in our YouTube room. Yes, SE is still strong, still strong. I mean, look at this weekly chart. Next high is 57. Huge volume today. This is this is sort of, I'm just looking here. So on the down day, it was about 100 million. On the down week, I should say. Now, you know, it's having a little bit of a pop, guys. I've talked about it a few times. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense there. Just had a sneeze. This time I remembered to turn back my mic. SCHL, a little bit of a pop here. Recovery from Friday's earnings play. So there was the high. It took out the high, 35.22. That's where we had the first alert for SCHL. Actually, it would have been 35.30. This is on the daily reversal scan. Okay. What it's looking for are stocks that were beaten up the day before and recovering today, or they could have had a tremendous day the day before and now giving it up today. So daily reversals. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Okay, guys, so I'm going to do my video now. So I'm going to put my announcement in. Shouldn't take too long. Time is it right now? 1:10:30. Okay, so maybe no later than 1:21. ET. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Both rooms. Excuse me. All right, guys, I'm back in. Okay, now this RNAS. Hmm, this could get going again. I mean, it's halted again and 259, 259. Did I trade it? No, Luke, I did not. I didn't. I saw it in the pre-market when it was under a dollar. I never trade under a dollar. I convinced myself that when it got over a dollar, it would just pull right back, which it did for a bit. And but it surprised the heck out of me. So, but I'm now looking at it as maybe something that is, yes, by the way, PJ, no kidding on the SC. I took a little bit, okay? I was actually looking to short it when it broke down 40 before, but it just looked so strong. What convinced me, you know what, I can't believe I didn't do it. I talk about looking left, I don't know, 1,000 times a day. And for some reason, I did not look left on this weekly chart for SE. I had no idea it had this sort of room. No idea. Can't believe that. Little figure skating reference there, Tristan. All right, guys. I am now just going to see if this, when this RNAS comes out of its halt, if in fact it can start to move, and maybe you never know, it might even challenge the high of the day. But I did trade MORF, Luca, and I didn't get nearly as much as I should have, but I did trade the short on MORF, MORF. So right now, 222 is the potential open. You know what? This is what might get me in, okay? Might get me in. So there's the halt at 239. If it opens and it opens below 239, pulls back, and then it pops through excuse me, 239, I might take that trade. That's how I can play. That's how I play halts not all the time, of course, but what it would have to do, it would have to open below 239, maybe pull back to 220 or so. I don't want like a massive pullback, but a little pullback, and then popping through 239, the halt price again. I mean, it still work because I mean, there's the high of that candle is 258. So, so actually, I'm sorry. So this actually got halted on the way down, didn't it? A little bit, yeah. It got halted on the way down. Well, ARM is. Okay, so I can answer your question. And then Auto Trader. So his question is, or that question is, new, getting familiar with the platform. My main question so far is about the Holly AI trade recommendations. All the documentation can see talks about 60 plus strategies, but in the Holly AI strategy list, I only see 5 strategies that can be enabled or disabled. Where are the other 55? Okay, so this is what happens. So yeah, I really don't know how many strategies we have now, but let's say it is 60. So what happens tonight? All those strategies will go through an optimization procedure, okay? And each strategy we looked at, all sorts of permutations and combinations. I'm told maybe about a million, running through all the strategies, trying to optimize each strategy, and the ones that make the cut of the 60 are the ones that have the correct profit factor and win loss percentage or ratio. Sorry. Okay. So all 60 will not make the cut. So the ones you see today are the ones that made the cut after the optimization procedure. Okay. Now, here's what I would do. There's only one alert today, only Joby. Nothing really came out of it. To make it simple on yourself, and I see you say auto trader. We don't recommend auto trading the AI. Well, exactly. It is not the same 5 every day. We don't know which ones are going to make the cut on a day-to-day basis. It's almost like saying in my momentum scanner, I have no idea tomorrow what stocks are going to, I'll always have my momentum scanner, but I don't know what stocks are going to make it through. Now, the other thing is I don't really look to see how many strategies, but obviously what's happened today is that you're saying there were 5. So the other four, even though they were optimized for today, no stock met all the filter requirements in those other 4. So the only one that made all the filter requirements was the breakout long, and only one with Joby. And it's really done nothing. But we do not recommend auto trading. Now, first of all, this is what I would do. Okay, I don't go to the channel. I think it's just confusing, or it's just too much information that you don't need. So what I would do is this. From our toolbar, I would click on new, and now this is assuming you're using our downloadable application. You're not on the web-based version. So I would click on new, and then what I would do is then go down where you see premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, great. So go down. So from our toolbar, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see. That's all you should really care about. That you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll get no alert before 9:40. There happened to be one at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40 every day, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. And what I would do then is I would just incorporate this window as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, assuming you load it, no later than say, well, 9:40, but you load it. I don't know when you start looking at trade ideas, but before the market opens or even right at the market, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, just wait for them to happen. And then, as I say, we do not recommend auto trading. But the recommendation is that it's sort of man and machine. The machine gives you the alert. You don't have to do anything. There's nothing like you cannot look at this breakout long and say, well, I don't like this price range, or I don't like the volume. If you don't like it, then you don't have to, trade it, obviously. And it's not like we get so many alerts. I would say that most days it'll be less than 10 alerts for the whole day. Most days. Yeah, if believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, or any of the other people who work at Trade Ideas who are traders was the way to go, we'd all be doing it. But no, it is super helpful, of course, to have some trading experience so that, when you click on an alert, you kind of have an idea of what you're seeing. Now, are you a new trader or just new to trade ideas? And then, because if you're new to trading, there's a little training series of videos you can take a look at if you're new to trading. Okay. Well, trading isn't easy. It's that simple. Trading is not easy. There are really no shortcuts. You can take a look at this. Go to my homepage. I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, you will see we have something called Trading 101. Okay, and there's a series of videos. I mean, it starts off very, very basic. The first video is what is a stock? I don't think you have to look at that one, but you can take a look at some of the videos that are there. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Yeah, fire away, no problem. I should always say, don't. Nobody should be shy about answering or asking questions. Okay, you're never interrupting. If I'm in a trade that requires, my 100% concentration, I'll let you know. But typically, that's not the case. So yeah, feel free to ask questions all day long. If you're new into this room, and I'm sharing my scans. I'm sharing all my scans, understanding that my scans suit my style of trading. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I mean, this RNAS doesn't look good right now. Halted on the way down, and but I mean, it's really hard to know with that float what could happen. Well, just open now, so it didn't utterly collapse. That I don't know, Auto Trader. Where are you looking in the AI trade history? Are you looking here? You're right clicking and history, and you're looking here. All right. Well, let's just look last week. So what you're saying is that the strategy is blank. I really don't know. I have no answer to that. I've never really paid attention to this because I don't see. For me, I mean, I understand. If you're new and all that, you may have the interest. For me, I never really cared what strategy generated an alert. I just want to see the alert, click on it and see if I want to trade it. So it really hasn't made any difference to me what's right, but I do see what you're saying. I have no idea why that is the case. So you're saying before 2020, in 2022, you could see the strategy. So how are you seeing because I don't think you can go back. I don't think you can go back. Can you go back in 2022? I don't think so, can you? I thought you could only go back. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, you can go way back. Okay, I'll trust you. I have no idea. I have no idea why the strategy is blank. No idea. I can ask the question to some of the other traders, see if they know, but I really don't know. Oh, it looks like you. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. So this is. I'm just getting. You may have already asked that question. Okay, I see. No one bug brought up this again. Okay, yeah. So it is no one. I have no idea. Okay, it looks like you. I don't know. Well, somebody else asked the same question. I really can't answer it. Developers are aware of it, but I have no idea why it why it's not showing. Well, if that wasn't you who asked the question, you can ask again. You can be another person, but I do see that somebody asked the question. So you can, oh, yes, you can. Okay. So that wasn't you because somebody else asked that question. Support a trade hyphen ideas. Okay. Somebody asked exactly the same question, but they are aware of it and they are aware. And I guess I hate to say it like this, but it may not be important enough for them to try to fix it. I hate to say it like that, but I mean, there's been a ticket about this since January. Okay. I hate to say it like that, but maybe they're, maybe they're just, I don't know why it's hard to fix it. Okay, so Blue, you're okay. This is a question from our YouTube room. I'm a standard subscriber, so I don't know how Holly works. Can it be directed towards a specific watch list in case we want to? No, no. It's it has a it Holly has its own strategies. And I don't know if you were listening when I was explaining, somebody was asking about, well, you've got 60 strategies. How come I only see five today? So what happens is the 60, I don't know if it's still 60, but let's just say it's 50 or 60 strategies. So tonight, once the market's closed, it goes, Holly goes through an optimize, the AI goes through an optimization procedure. And then tomorrow, the ones that made the cut, typically having to have a certain win percentage and profit factor. Okay, they make the cut for tomorrow. We won't know which ones make the cut until tomorrow. And those are proprietary strategies. So no, you cannot point a watch list to it. Meanwhile, shoot, I think, have I missed the morph? I don't know if I want to do it. I mean, it's, yeah, it's a little bit spready still. But boy, this is such a, it had to pop up. It actually had a nice run, about a $5 a move off the lows, morph earlier. And now it's at the low of the day again, MORF. Yeah, we need some SPACs. We need some SPAC action, guys. Sort of get us through this afternoon. Yeah, like this one. So what's the high of Friday was 2050. Not a lot of volume though. 149,000 shares, only 0.46 relative volume. So not even trading half. Now, again, it's skewed because of all the, the previous days somewhat, but yeah, I'm not sure about this one today. Is it halted? I don't see the halt here, but I don't see any trades. Morph, morph, morph. Not in it. Did not retake the short. Looks like the next low is about 23, 22.97. So about a dollar to the next low. Interesting. I mean, it's the only one today that made it through my 10-day daily breakdown. Morph 1031 was the time, 31.54 on the short. So that's only right now about an $8 move. And if you're wondering, well, why only one? Well, and only three up here. And even, I mean, these were awesome too. Well, some of them anyway. The RNAS 1004 was the alert. And you can see before it pulled back, there was a huge percentage move up to 321. I don't think BPTS did anything. The alert was at 2. Yeah, got to 207. We know this one worked. 226 before it pulled back at all. Got up to 434. And ACIC, I don't know if it really took out 9 in a big way. But, but incredible. RNAZ and VACC on the breakout and huge on the morph on the breakdown. And again, I am sharing these. So if you're wondering, well, why so few, this is the reason. The current volume, relative volume is at least 8. There's not other filters in place, of course, but that's the reason why we don't get too many alerts. It's got to be a 10-day low, And also this current volume has to be at least 8, relative volume has to be at least 8, meaning, when I get the alert, it has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day, up to the time of day. So you can see ACIC is at 1077. So that's why we don't get too many alerts, which is exactly what I want. Not too many alerts. Meanwhile, morph, morph, morph. More morph. Yeah, the VAX is getting, VACC is getting active. This is not quite the, not quite the low float that RNAS is, but you can kind of see that if it takes out the highs of the bodies of those two candles, which is around 350, it could get running again, guys. I mean, there's the high, 435. It could get running again. Again, this is not a recommendation to take it there, but if you can understand what we're seeing here, just the highs of the bodies of those candles. That is the 1230 and 1245 15-minute candles. Kind of like that, but then it pulled right back. See, it got right into it, and then it pulled back immediately. Now it's going to pop it again. And see how my price alerts window worked. Just set an alert, wait for it to happen. If it happens, pops up on your screen. And then from there, you make up your mind. Do I still want to trade it? Now, I would have almost taken this, except immediately it just pulled right back. I didn't even have time to get in at 350. And the volume, 20 million shares, 34 in the float. So it hasn't traded the float, but still 177 times normal volume. This is not an options play because it doesn't trade options. Okay, no more NC for me, guys. That's it. Did too badly with it. Couldn't quite take out 41, so I'm out. So I have nothing on right now. Nothing on right now. Okay, guys. So the best thing we can say about the VACC right now is that the trend is up. If I'm not a big trend line drawer, I don't really have to. I mean, I can visually see that the trend is up, but we also have this big giant topping tail up here. I mean, remember the buyers took it up here, but the sellers knocked it down. And Who's going to gain control, total control here? That's the always the question all day long with virtually every single stock you see. Some, of course, more dramatic than others. TV guys, haven't seen this one for a while. This is this yeah, Mexico. Yeah, this is the Grupo Televisa out of Mexico, and this is a lifetime low now. Wow. I remember this was a very way more expensive stock. Wow. Up, well, 27 anyway, maybe even higher. 40. Wow, $3 stock now. This one has just been pretty steady. This SCHL, we had the alert at 35.30. Not a rocket ship like, some of these other ones, obviously. Oh, wait a minute. BCAN. What's happening with BCAN? BCAN. Now, to me, I look left and I think there's a lot of resistance around 120. What's the float like? This is just one. Yeah, so this is a cannabis play. Let's take a look at cannabis in general. This is the ETF for cannabis, MSOS. So this is not, why would you buy then the BCAN? Cannabis plays had a little shot at the beginning, but have really sold off. I know everybody's waiting for October. That in theory is the final word, and whether cannabis will be reclassified in your country. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I think your DEA is going to come up with some kind of a final, resolution, whatever you want to call it, about how they're going to. I think your term is rescheduling it from one phase to for one category, a category to another, making it not quite, not lumping it in with heroin and whatever. Okay, I think that's what's supposed to happen in October. Don't but you can Google it. You can find out. I mean, this is what got it. This is what got it rolling in the first place. Okay, but that obviously a bit premature, thinking it was a done deal. But this is what kind of got it rolling in the first place, right here. I mean, it's still hanging in because I mean the feeling is that they're going to go ahead and do that. But you know what? It happens. It hasn't happened. You know. I mean, BCAN. Listen, I mean, BCAN is certainly trading counter to what the ETF is doing, but I wouldn't be touching it. So today, the market is basically flat. The Dow is down a little, the Nasdaq is up a little, but the market is basically flat. It definitely rallied, off these lows here, 428. Rallied off the lows. Didn't look really good when before the market was opening. The market was trading off. And there's the B can right there. Look at that, right underneath the dollar again. It's always a good idea, in my opinion, anyway, if you're going to take a stock, especially something like this a cannabis play, or check to see what the sector is doing. Now, this doesn't mean that a stock can't run counter completely to the sector, but unless it has some really specific news, I'd be watching all the time. If I'm going to take a trade in something, what is the sector doing? Especially if it's a cannabis play or maybe a uranium play or something so specific. Ah, look at SE right back up. Not in it anymore. Has to be watched tomorrow. I mean, this look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. SE. Can't remember what happened this week, but obviously it wasn't good. There's a Singapore stock. Yeah, I really don't know what happened. It was not an earnings play, so I really don't know what happened here that week. Somebody can look it up. Okay, guys, back. VACC hitting that level again for about the third time. Volume is pretty good, I mean, the volume is. We'd like to see maybe a little bit more volume to push it through, but I mean, it's not like the volume is completely dried up. I'm talking about the VACC, and the only news we can see on this is what do you put a $12 price target on it? I think that's the one, right? Okay, guys. Well, I'm really paying attention to this now, VACC, only because, boy, just pulling up, popping and pulling back. At some point, it might just burst right through. And only because of what it did earlier, it got up to 437. That's what traders will be looking at. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So this is triggered. HP. When I say triggered, I mean I had an alert set for HPK, and it was set up here. And the reason being, okay, so it's above last week's high now, HPK. The next high looking left is 20, around 20. So it's got some room, but I'm probably more interested in this VACC. If it can just really, really break through that 360, 370 level. Ah, oh, ye of little faith. I did not think SE would pop through S or 41 again, but it has. So, guys, the room will be shutting down around 3. Okay. William informed me earlier that he will not be able to keep the room open until 4. So, the room will be shutting down around 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there's some questions. Yeah, Canada Goose even. So the retailers are having a little bit of a flurry here, guys. With these retailers, for whatever reason, 'cause let's take a look at XRT again, the retail ETF. Had a pullback the last time I saw, and yeah, I had a pullback, and now a little bit of a move. I mean, I do we really believe the retail sector is at the bottom? I don't, but for whatever reason, it's having a little bit of a lift. close. It seems so close. The problem is you have bottoming tails and topping tails on these last two 15-minute charts. So, there's definitely uncertainty between, who's going to win, the buyers or the sellers. Okay, guys. There's a little break through the 360. I'm so close to taking it. Still 20, still hanging around that 50 mark. All right, guys. Well, I'm in, but I got to watch this like a hawk here. This VACC. Okay, I took some off. In case it cannot break through for. Excuse me, break through 4. So this is what I'm talking about when I have to concentrate on something that I'm in. This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I'm willing this to go through 4. It may not. That's why I took some off. Okay, we'll play this game. I'll put a price alert just underneath 4. See if I can induce it upwards. Doesn't look good. Ah, man. It's such a game. What did it get at? It got up to 3. Sorry. They got up to 3.99. It's only a penny, but it's a whole number. And all right, guys, I've taken most of it off. Okay, I don't know. My faith is not strong enough to think it's going to break through 4. I have a little bit left just in case it does, but Oh, I see. Thank you, Kaza. Indonesia may push for the separation of social media and e-commerce, which many investors believe would be bad for C competitor TikTok. Oh, wait a minute. Hmm. Okay, so I guess that was the reason on Friday. Well, he's got no, he's got SE. I mean, that's well, the company is called C Limited. It's actually called C Limited. The symbol is SE though. Unless I'm, yeah, SE, there it is. I mean, SE, the symbol, but the company is called C Limited, SEA Limited. I think we're good. Oh, I see. At the beginning where he's putting SEA. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you should have put SE and then, but the company is called C Limited, SEA Limited. Well, here's Canada Goose now. Big level for it to try to take out. Of course, 1504. The next high in the daily chart would be 1550. So it looks like most of the retailers are probably going to look like that. Let's take a look at Macy's as an example. I know Macy's was moving higher earlier today. Yeah, so I mean, choppy, but yeah, so the retailers, for whatever reason, are having a little bit of a run today. Man, this one, GNLX has got some room underneath. If it can take out that level, that 2450 or so, then underneath it's 2127. This is not very much volume though. Three times normal, but that's only 160,000 shares. And the spread is terrible, 24.90, 25.20. So forget about that one. Looks like Arnaz is really done. You know, this one is just hanging around, isn't it? ACIC is just kind of hanging around that 9 level. I would have thought by now maybe it would have given most of it up, but not even close. It's a low float, 19.5 million in the float. Um, just a great day. 21%. Here's another Crete. What flag is that? Greece, the Greek flag. I should know that. But anyway, so this is ocean. So another shipper freight. So the next high looking left is around $2. And then after that, the next high is around 363. This is a shipper. Looks like it started trading as though maybe it was a SPAC or something. That looks like it would have been a SPAC just based on the on that $10 price. Yeah, ARM has been moving all day. It held 50. It held 50. Ugh, very choppy. So it's underneath the IPO price. IPO price, I think, was 30, so it's underneath that. Okay, guys, I'm out of the back completely now. Just, just I had just a little bit left, just in case it popped through 4 and went crazy, but it's not. Doesn't look like it's going to. So that's it for me in the back. VACC. Okay, guys, another less than 45 minutes probably for me in this room. So I'll just take a look one last time. My homepage. Now this promo code, my guess is that it's going to expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. But right now, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there is a promo code to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year is the trade ideas. So what I would do is this: if you're not sure about this program, you don't take out a MORF. Don't take out an annual. You can start off with a 25% off the first month only. And if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. The obvious reason for taking out a year is that your per month cost would be less. So, but you don't want to take out a year unless you know you want the program because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. So you can always try us in that first month. You get the 25% off. And then if you do want to take out an annual, actually at any time, I can always get you a 25% off for an annual. Okay. The getting started, you must do it. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, a great series of videos for you. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. And the trade of the week, which there was no trade of the week this week. It is free, but Steve said, you know what? I'm suggesting to keep in cash. Could not find anything that made any sense as one stock to take a look at. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So if you want the scan that I am currently using, no, I'm not using them all at the same time, but these are the scans that I'm sharing right now. Well, if you're looking to see what's happening in the pre-market, I've been using this pre-market actives up and down forever. There's the halts resumes. There is the momentum, MOMO. Abnormal option activity right up here. You hear me talk about that 10-day daily breakout and down. Here it is. I'm not hiding it. It's just that I don't want to overwhelm the main monitor with all sorts of scans. But yeah, I do have it over here on another monitor. So again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So all I ask is this: if you do decide at some point to take out a subscription, just click on my homepage or come into the trading room. Use the code that you see. It really helps the room. We want to keep the room free. How do we do that? Well, obviously there's a cost to running the room, so the company wants to see that we use it for marketing purposes. So we want to make sure we can cover the cost and a little bit more. So just if you're going to take out a subscription, just use my homepage link and use that promo code. Whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, next year, next month, okay? Really, really helps the room. Also, it is a free room. So, you can invite friends and family, whatever, to come on into the room, even if they're not really traders. They might like to see what's happening and what goes through, a day trading situation every single day. It's not just about me, of course, but we've got all the other great traders in the trading room. Well, I said I might short this underneath 24. I just didn't pull the trigger, the MORF. And again, I know I'm repeating myself many times, but look at this, the 10-day daily breakdown, the only alert today in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's it. But what an alert. And 3 of these were awesome also. RNAS. ACIC, not, I wouldn't call it awesome, but I mean, it certainly worked. But certainly the VACC, and the RNAS were tremendous percentage moves. Remember, the program is called Trade Ideas. These are just ideas. It's up to you to click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the chart. Then, if it makes sense, if it meets your trading style, your trading plan. Well, look at that bottoming tail for AMLX. I don't know if that's real, but what a bounce from that bottoming tail of the AMLX. We got down to what, 1780, and it popped right back up to 1830. Spirit. I think you probably meant spry, right, Calvin? Not SPRT. I'm going to guess you meant spry. Oh, you meant Sarepta. So you, okay. Is it ever? Yeah, it really is. Look at this, at 120 down to 112. Gotta be a reason. Don't see it though. I don't see any specific reason for this right now. The next low looking left is 111.32 on the weekly chart. Yeah, look at SE. What time frame do most do more algo and hedge fund traders trade on the most? I mean, if it's these, algo traders that are just looking to scalp a few pennies here, they're probably on a, I don't know, at least a 1 minute chart, maybe less. I don't know though. I can't answer that question specifically. And hedge funds, I really don't know. Hedge funds are a little more, I don't think they're into the scalping quite as much. But if you're talking about an algo, and depends what you mean by an algo trader. If you're talking about, these, trying obviously if they're just trying to make 1 or 2 or 3 cents, then they're going to have to be on no more than a 1 minute chart, but probably less. But Marty, I can't really, never thought about that. All I know is I can't compete with them. So yeah, tick charts probably, yeah. So, but it's we cannot compete with them. So look at this morph. Well, you know what? This will be really interesting tomorrow to see if this has any sort of a bounce in it. I mean, we're talking about a stock, that on Friday was as high as $53. We're talking 22 now. Well, again, Marty, if you're talking about, a lot of these algo traders, as you call them, I mean, they're just looking to make pennies. So they're going to have to. I can't tell you what time frame they're looking at. But again, all I know is we cannot compete with them. Okay, in fact, I have to make sure I have this as a thumbnail chart for tomorrow for MORF, MORF. Boy, I have to resist. I really have to resist hopping on this and shorting it. Yeah, VACC may not be over. I'm out of it now, but you know what? If it takes out four, I mean, this could get rocking. I mean, it got very, very close. It got up to like literally 399. This could have a big end of the day surge. Paul, I might get, well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Be careful, Paul. It's a pretty devastating red bar now. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, Lucas. So the news was, of course, on Friday. Plymouth sell-off attributed to data readout on lead asset, whatever that means. Okay, on an abstract posted ahead of the presentation at next month's United European Gastroenterology Week. Okay, so obviously it's a bio, and so that was the reason for Friday's plunge and continuing. I never would have thought that Friday's plunge, which was 51 down to 36, now 36 down to 22. I'm just absolutely kicking myself for not taking it again under D24. But tomorrow's a new day. Okay, guys, so we've got about 25 minutes left. Great time to ask questions if you have any. Yep, Brooke, always another trade. This ACIC is really, really interesting. I mean, it has not given up 10 in any big way. If we ever get some volume coming in and pops it, because this has obviously some room. 921 this morning, or 921 is the high today. And I think I had to go back. I'm sure I had to go back to 2020, 3 years ago, to see next highs. Nice to hear Brian in our YouTube room. What do I think I could do that would improve my own personal trading, not moderate a trading room? I'm kidding a little bit, but that's a question from my YouTube room. I really don't know how to answer a question like that. I've been trading the same way for years. Obviously, there's always a way in which you like to think you can hold on to trades a little bit longer, but you know what? Usually, when I exit something, I mean, you're always going to leave money on the table sometimes. I mean, there's just no way around it. And the time you say, well, you know what, I'm not going to get out of this, it's going to keep moving. That's the time, of course, it doesn't. And you give back a lot. The one thing I can say is that, even though I'm not a great pullback trader, I like to see stocks near the highs and the lows of the day. I will just continue to do that. I won't say to myself, well, can I be a better trader if I learn how to play pullbacks and all that? Maybe I could, but then you see what would happen for me is I'd get distracted. And I think the best thing that I ever did was just focus on one type of style of trading. Doesn't mean I'll never ever take a pullback if I see something I really like, but I don't dwell on them. I have an idea about what I like to see, and I just focus on that, and that just helps me a lot. This now has turned into a pretty choppy day on the SPY, a little bit up and down, a lot of topping tails and bottoming tails, but kind of holding. And I hate to call this a channel, but it's kind of holding in this area. But we're near the end of the day for me anyway. Hallador Energy Company, HNRG, almost an all-time high. How ugly is this one, this AXLA, guys? How ugly. I know they did a financing, I believe, 2 weeks ago. They got up to $41, $8 now. This was just a bunch of nonsense, of course, but 1 million in the float. Not shortable for me. I think at one point, I don't know today, I think at one point around this area it was shortable, but when I say not shortable for me, I don't mean I don't want to short it. I just mean Interactive Brokers has no shorts available right now. Yeah, from a Jet in our YouTube room, CFFE. I mean, it's another SPAC. 2034 was the high on Friday. I'm really not interested in doing anything now. I say I'm going to be wrapping this up, but yeah, I mean, what's the volume? Well, the problem is, of course, the volume. There's no volume yet, 30,000 shares. So there is no volume. Hey guys, I will be right back. Um, okay, guys, one thing I want to do right now is drop this link in. if I can find it. Here we go, the test drive. So this is Real's favorite time of the year. So we are doing a test drive starting on November the 6th. So I'll explain what the test drive is all about. So if you click on the link, the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. This is basically you're not signing up for the test drive yet, okay? You just give us your email and do the sign up. And then when we get close to the test drive starting, you'll get an email saying, okay, this is what you do to get into the test drive. So the test drive will start on November the 6th and it'll run for 10 trading days. And it'll cost $11.11 unless there's a price change, which I don't think there will be, but we'll call it $11.11. And you'll have access to everything except no auto trading. Okay, but you'll have access to our AI. You'll see the alerts, etc. But there is no auto trading. So this is a great way to try us out. We don't have completely free trials at all. Okay, but this is about as close as you're going to get, $11.11 for 10 full trading days. And we do this, I want to say 3 times a year now. We used to do it every quarter, but I think we probably do it only about 3 times a year. So again, if you want to know, do I ever the anchor VWAP? No, Calvin. For me, it's too much of it. You'll have access to the anchored VWAP during the test drive, but no, I don't. It's too much of a swing trading thing for me. I really see the benefit as an intraday trader. So and it requires. So I wouldn't do it justice, okay? I mean, because it is an additional cost of $49 to access the VWAP, all the scans that Michael created. But because I don't use them, even if I demo them, I mean, I understand what they're looking for, kind of, but I really can't. I couldn't do it justice. Give me a moment, guys. Morph, more morph, more morph, more morph. Wow. So as I said, watch this one tomorrow. I mean, hey, maybe it continues to crater, but you'd think that maybe there's going to be a bit of a bounce in this. I mean, anything that's gone from $52 down to $22 in 2 trading days, and who knows where it's going to end up today. You would think that there might be people stepping in for a little bit of bottom fishing. So it just shows me stocks that are trading abnormally, okay? Just looking at the option activity. I don't trade options, Kiri, okay? It's just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option volume. abnormal option activity, okay? So I don't trade the option, I trade the stock, but it's sort of in combination with the relative volume and abnormal option activity. So that's how I do it. So when I get an alert, I know there's abnormal option activity, which means that the stock is trading abnormally. So again, it's just another way to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally just by examining their option data, okay? Or their option activity. So look at MORF as an example. 6,000 contracts today. It's not an incredible number, but that's 28 times normal. Normal meaning what did you do over the last 10 days? What was the average over the last 10 days? And that's an approximation. Okay. Because what I don't want people to do is, okay, let's find out what it did yesterday and in the last 9 days. And hey, wait a minute, it's not quite 30 times normal. Okay. So these are the option filters. Oops. So we have some, I'll call them obvious ones. We've got the put call ratio, option volume today, the put volume, and the call volume today. So this is what the one I was talking about. Option volume contracts, that is the average number of contracts over 10 days. And then this is the option volume today percent. So that's what gives, this is why I would see anything in here, because what I do is I say the only way I'm going to see anything, it has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal, at least, for it to show up here, 150%. So I put 150%, here in these scans. Okay. So it has to be trading at least 150% or 1.5 times normal for it to show up here. And many of the times, of course, it's way more than that. That's just going to be the minimum though. And right there, 30 times. Now, I'm not, again, I don't trade options, but some have told me that, if you're going to intraday options, if you want to, if you're into doing that, well, then what stocks are you going to pick? You obviously have to have, just like if you're going to, we want to see stocks having a normal volume. Well, if you're going to intraday options, then you better see stocks that are having abnormal option activity intraday. Well, this helps you, zero in on those stocks. Now, these are the only ones that showed up today. Now, I've got some tough filters in here, but these are the only stocks that showed up on the abnormal option activity scan. Now, when we get into earnings season, we will see this list when we're at the height of earnings season. We will see this list full, almost too many. And the reason being is that when a company really, assuming a company is optionable, when a company releases earnings, that's typically when their option volume will explode. You know, and on the upside or the downside in terms of a share price, but that's typically, so once we get into those weeks in which we're having 700-800 companies releasing earnings, we'll see this a lot more. Right now, I don't think there's one earnings play. I didn't see any earnings plays at all this morning. I'm not saying there are none, but certainly nothing that is passing my filters, and none of these are earnings plays. All right, guys. Well, again, we're getting close. Another few minutes. I'll be shutting down. I'll see you later if there are questions, but otherwise, I'll be shutting down in about 5 minutes or so. So again, if you have any questions, ask now, and I can stay later. I don't have to go, but usually like to take off around 3 if there are no more questions. And unfortunately, William is not here today, so he can't keep the room open till 4. Okay, guys, we may have hit the wall. Okay, so I think I'll be shutting down right now. This Alcoa really got hit today, didn't it? Because of the CEO change, AA. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, back. Oh, wow. The 11th hour. Okay, William. Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, so forget what I just said. William just made it back, so he can keep the room open till 4 o'clock. Much appreciated. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now then is I'm just going to get rid of my screen sharing, put myself on mute. Thanks a lot, William. What I'll do though in our YouTube room, if you want to, because I do have to shut down YouTube, but if you want to head over to the main room, as I call it, I'll give you the trading room link. You can head over. There are still traders there. They'll be there till 4 o'clock. Okay. Here's the trading room link. If you want to head over there. Well, that's okay. Till 4, I'm sure that's great for most people. Yeah, I didn't see one earnings play today. Not one. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions for me, so I'll shut down now in terms of, yeah, okay, okay, thank you. So I'm going to shut down my screen sharing and I'll put myself on mute.